And
Let's see, I think so.
Please enter the meeting passcode, followed by the pound sign. Call cannot be completed. You are now.
This is an audio check for the council chambers. Can everyone in the audience hear the speakers okay? All right, thank you. Carrie, can you hear us okay on Zoom?
I can.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
If you raise your hand, I'll make sure to physically raise my hand so that everyone else here knows that you want to be called on, okay?
Oh, great. Yes. It was a little awkward last.
Yeah, feel free. I'll try and keep a good eye on it. So if you have something to say, just raise that hand on here, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I'm going to do an audio check. It looks like we've got one of our attendees here, Amy Haney. So just a second. And I'm going to call on you. And Amy, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, feel free to stay on mute until we discuss your item. And if you have any issues or questions, just raise your hand. I'll try and keep an eye out, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Talk, you just have to, and that green, that tells you you're.
This is Stephanie Malmberg in the council chambers. It looks like we have our newest planning commissioner, David Aber, on here. David, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue to do some audio checks as people join. We do have quite a few people here in the council chambers in the audience, and we'll have some planning commissioners joining us here at the City Hall as well. So for those of you on Zoom, please use that raise hand feature if you want to be called on to speak, and I will do my best to make sure that the chair is aware that you are wanting to speak. For right now, I'm going to go ahead and put us on mute until we have more audio checks, and we should get started in about 8 minutes or so. Thanks. All right, it looks like we have another attendee on here. Les, I'm going to allow you to speak, and if you could just confirm that you can hear us, that would be great. Les Hamilton, can you hear us okay?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you fine.
Great, thank you. We can hear you too. Feel
Thank
free to
you.
stay on mute until we talk about your item. Thanks. All right, this is Stephanie Malmberg in the council chambers. It looks like we have another attendee on here. Brian, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. Can you please confirm that you can hear us all right? Brian Mull, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Did I say your last name correctly?
You did. Yes. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
If you want to just stay on mute until we talk about your item, that would be great.
Very good. I will. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, it looks like we have one more attendee on Zoom. Matt Fogarty, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could just confirm you can hear us, that would be great.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, we can hear you too, Matt. Thank you so much. If you would like to just stay on mute until we talk about your item, we'd appreciate it.
Sounds good.
Good evening and welcome to the July 7th, 2021 meeting of the Shawnee Planning Commission. I'm Commissioner Beanhoff and I will be chairing this meeting. I'll do roll call at this time. Commissioner Montgomery.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Willoughby is absent. Commissioner Wise is absent. Commissioner Norman is absent. Commissioner Bingham.
Here.
Commissioner Nunick.
Here.
Commissioner Lucky. Absent. Commissioner Van Wellingham. Commissioner Aber.
Here.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Moved in. Yeah, we do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And please bear with us tonight in this hybrid arrangement. And also, this is my first time chairing the meeting in quite some time. So we'll get through it as best we can. Okay, the first item on the agenda is a consent agenda item 1, listed under the consent items agenda. Unless there is a request to remove the item from the consent agenda, the item will be approved in one motion. Is there a request to remove the item from the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda item.
Commissioner Nunick, motion to approve. Is there a second? Kathy?
I approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Okay, moving on to new business. Text amendments, animal shelter care related land uses. Stephanie?
Thank you, Chairman. This is Stephanie Malmborg with the Community Development Department. This evening, we are requesting a continuance for this public hearing due to the large agenda we have tonight with public hearings, as well as some prioritization of some other staff projects. We did have a great discussion on this as a workshop format with the Planning Commission back in May, and staff is still working on drafting the proposed amendment per that discussion, as well as comparing similar codes in other communities. We want to be able to spend the time necessary to get that all buttoned up and brought to the Planning Commission at a time where we have optimal time to discuss the text amendment in depth. And that concludes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is there any discussion on this item? Commissioner Peterson?
Number one, I noticed that we have something that applies to this on the agenda tonight. Is it being moved out as well? Because I don't know how we can vote on something if we don't have cleaned up text amendments.
So Commissioner Peterson, I will talk about this more when we talk about that agenda item. It's more of a clarification, and I thought that based on our discussion back in our May workshop, that when we talked about outdoor kennels versus outdoor runs versus outdoor play areas, which we actually don't even call out in our code, that we could discuss our intent with this tonight as far as the proposed outdoor play area for that particular project. But I don't want to talk too much about that project, not within that part of the meeting, if that makes sense.
Follow up. I know that there are others that are waiting for this. When are we adjourning it to? We've been kicking this one down the road for 6 months. We need to stop doing that. We're allowing people not to start businesses.
Yes. So I would say with confidence that we can have something at our next meeting. We've had a really heavy load of projects this past 2 meetings, as you've seen, and a couple of the projects tonight were actually supposed to be on the last agenda or were continued to this meeting. So in order for us to really have the time to write a good text amendment and do the background research that's necessary, we just didn't have the capacity to do that in tandem with all of these projects, unfortunately. And since it's an internal project, it unfortunately didn't take as high of priority.
I completely understand excessive workload. I get it. I would like that we get a priority. We cannot kick this down the road again. I know there are people who are waiting, and that's not fair.
Yep, understood. We agree.
Any other comments on this item from the commission? Not, do we have a motion for continuance of the text amendments for animal-related uses? Commissioner Peterson?
I move that we continue the animal-related uses text amendment to our next meeting, which is July correct me on the date, 19th.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Van Wallingham?
Motion.
We have a second. Any further discussion on this item? I'd also let the record show that Commissioner Willoughby has joined us. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Sorry, Stephanie, did we get votes from the Zoom attendees?
Yes, I believe I heard David say aye, and Carrie, did you also confirm?
Mhm.
Yes, sorry, you're cutting out a little bit there.
Sorry.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is FSP 21-8 and FP 21-15 pet suites located in the 19800 block of West 65th Terrace. Final site plan and final plat approval.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Stephanie Malmborg with the Community Development Department again. Our discussion now is about pet suites. This is located in the 19800 block of West 65th Terrace, and they're requesting a final site plan and final plat approval this evening in order to construct a 10,980 square foot commercial building on a site that's approximately 4.6 acres. The site's located in the Parkway Village Commercial Shopping Center, which is roughly Barker and Shawnee Mission Parkway. On the screen right now, you will see a project location map. Let me get that shared on Zoom so everyone can see that on Zoom. Just a second here. Okay, I think everyone on Zoom can see it now too. Sorry about that. So you can see the site location in relation to Shawnee's city border. Here is an aerial image of the subject site. And I do want to give you a brief history. And I do want to note also there is an 18-page staff report that details this project in far more words than I'm going to use tonight. So if anyone's curious, that is available on our website, as are all of our staff reports for this evening. So the subject site is 2 undeveloped parcels, and you can see here on the image on the screen, there's sort of a bisecting line between the middle of the 2 parcels. These are actually Lot 4 and Lot 7 of Parkway Village, and they were platted, I think, back in about 2003 when this particular development originally came around to Shawnee. A couple of the sites have developed. You'll see a bank on the corner, Intrust Bank, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and then just to the west of O'Reilly Auto Parts, there will be an office building that received approval a few years ago, and they're looking to start construction. They've actually already moved around some dirt there, and you may see that one going up pretty soon. The comprehensive plan in this area shows commercial, and the zoning map shows the zoning as commercial neighborhood in this location, so those are consistent with each other. You can see surrounding, there is some medium density residential, which is actually a single family neighborhood sort of to the northeast. The rest of this Parkway Village development is zoned commercial neighborhood, so it's also commercial. To the northwest is parks and open space and some industrial type zoning. We do have a Johnson County Park adjacent to this property to the west. And then south of Shawnee Mission Parkway is some more commercial and industrial type zoning, as you see on the image to the right. Really quickly, I want to talk about the proposed use and also talk a little bit more about what Commissioner Peterson brought up in our last item regarding the outdoor play area and some of the definitions. So the proposed user of the site is Pet Suites, and our applicant can talk to you more in depth about their operations and their history. They are on the Zoom call tonight, and I'm sure they'd be happy to speak more after the staff presentation. But they are a national company that provides boarding, daycare, grooming, and training for dogs and cats. In our code, we would categorize this as animal daycare and kennels and boarding and pets grooming within the code. So it's kind of a combination of 3 different uses. As we know from our work session on the animal-related text amendments, we have a lot of different categories for these animal type uses, and part of the goal of that text amendment is to consolidate and clarify what we have in the code currently. So the proposed land use is permitted within the CN zoning district. However, no outdoor kennels or runs are permitted according to 1751. However, the applicant does not propose any outdoor sleeping quarters for the animals, which is essentially an outdoor kennel, and there is an outdoor fenced-in play area proposed to the south and west sides of the building. The conflict with outdoor kennels and outdoor runs is something that we're working on, as we mentioned, and it's unclear whether an outdoor play area technically falls within either of these terms, outdoor kennel or outdoor run. It's a play area, and unfortunately, we don't define outdoor kennel or outdoor run in our code specifically. To staff, kennel implies that there is outdoor sleeping for pets, and outdoor run to me is more like a peat gravel, narrow fenced-in area that someone lets their dog run out in. So to me, the proposed play area doesn't quite fall between either of those categories. It's something different that we don't currently call out in our code. In this particular case, staff is supportive of the outdoor play area because it will not create a negative impact to the adjacent properties. It's located on the south and west sides of the building, away from the residential neighborhood, northeast of the subject site, which is northeast of the subject site, and it's fully enclosed within a 7-foot tall white vinyl privacy fence. The animals will not be kept outdoors for long periods of time, according to the applicant, and will not sleep outdoors in the evenings. The outdoor space provides a quality amenity for the daycare and the boarding establishment and promotes wellness for the animals. So open item number 1 of 3 this evening is to consider the outdoor play area and whether it's appropriate considering the code restrictions on outdoor runs and outdoor kennels. That's something that we can discuss later on during the Planning Commission discussion. But you can see on the screen here, there is a picture of the south elevation of the building. You can see that there is that 7-foot white vinyl privacy fence. So you will not see the play area from Shawnee Mission Parkway, from the private street, West 65th Terrace, and you will not see it from any of those single family homes to the northeast of the site. Site plan wise, this building will be a part of both of those 2 lots we mentioned earlier. It will include a cul-de-sac bulb, which is on the east portion of the property. The applicant is actually working with the developer of Lot 3, which is that office building that was recently approved in the last couple of years. And they will be coordinating construction and design of that so that it works with both site plans, since we've already approved that one, thinking that the bulb may be in a different location. The parking is to the east of the building. And I do want to talk about parking. Open item number 2 is the parking count. The plans provide 32 parking spaces on site. And according to code, the parking requirement for the site is approximately 37 parking spaces. However, the parking requirement for boarding is left up for determination by the Planning Commission. The commissioners should consider the mixture of services provided, the nature of the business, which is mostly pickup and drop off, and the fact that not all customer traffic is coming at once. They also need to consider the number of employees. The site does not have a public street or a shared parking lot adjacent to it, so insufficient parking could cause an issue if there is a lower amount of parking than what's actually needed on the site. So again, 65th Terrace is a private street. It's not a public street, so parking is not allowed on it. And this particular development does not have a shared parking agreement. So their customers could not park on any adjacent sites here. As you can see on the table that's in the staff report and also very small on the screen here, the different parking requirements for an animal daycare and pet grooming, and kennels and boarding. Per the animal daycare and pet grooming requirements, that required parking number again is 37. Kennels and boarding is determined by the Planning Commission, and the proposed parking is 32. So it's a 5-space difference. The other thing to note too is that the applicant has adequate space to land bank parking if they need to. There is space to the south of the site. They could create a larger parking lot on the east side of the site as well, east of the existing parking lot. If they wanted to go north, that wouldn't be ideal because we do have single family residential that direction, but there is adequate room on the site should parking need to be added. The applicant does feel that this is adequate, and they provided staff with several other locations of the Pet Suites brand or their sister brand that shows anywhere from a 10,000 to 14,000 square foot building with anywhere between 25 and I think 34 parking spaces. So I'll leave that to the applicant to talk more in detail about that and why they feel their parking count is adequate for this particular site. Landscape-wise, there's some inconsistency with the proposed landscaping nearest Shawnee Mission Parkway in comparison to the other properties that are a part of this Parkway Village development. So staff is going to be working with the applicant to make sure to add a little bit more landscaping just along that frontage so that it looks consistent as you drive down Shawnee Mission Parkway. Speaking of consistency, they will be installing the typical black ornamental Shawnee Mission Parkway fence that you see also at the O'Reilly, the Intrust, and you'll see at several other properties along Shawnee Mission Parkway. Staff will also be reviewing the photometric plan as part of the building permit stage. It is not submitted at this particular time. Elevations wise, this again is almost an 11,000 square foot commercial building. The current plans feature ground face and split face CMU in an ash charcoal color, a beige canyon flagstone entry feature, and a lime green metal accent blade. Windows are present on all of the elevations, and garage doors are on the south side of the building. Those garage doors are actually also screened by that 7-foot tall white privacy fence. So keep that in mind when looking at that south elevation too. We showed the one without the fence on this particular screen. Open item number 3 of 3 is building materials. The CMU proposed is not in conformance with the design guidelines. Typically, we see CMU as a secondary type material, and approved primary materials include solid brick masonry, stone, glass, or colored architectural precast concrete panels that include inlaid brick, stone, or tile. And staff took a look at the existing buildings and approved building in Parkway Village, which is the same shopping center, and they all feature brick. So staff is recommending that the applicant use brick on the building to be consistent. There could be accents of secondary materials or stone or something that fits with their brand and makes the building unique. However, the primary material would stand out in comparison to what's existing and approved for the rest of the shopping center. At this point, I believe that the applicant is working on that and they're in conversation with staff, but I would expect some discussion on that from the applicant tonight as part of their presentation. Really quickly here, mechanical equipment screening. Just to note for everyone that screening will be required. It is not necessarily shown at this level of plans, but staff will review that as part of the building permit. The trash enclosure is also depicted as being CMU material. So if that material changes, per staff recommendation to use brick or another approved primary material, that trash enclosure will have to be updated to match. And any signage that you see on the plans today are not considered approved. They do require sign permits themselves. Final plat is also requested. This is something that the Planning Commission would recommend approval for and would move along to City Council for a final approval. They're proposing to replat Lot 4 and Lot 7 of the Parkway Village subdivision into a single lot that will be Lot 7A. And again, it's about 4.6 acres. The lot meets all bulk requirements and all of the public improvements and utilities are adequate. And just for the record, we did have other staff members review this, including development engineering, the Public Works Department, and traffic, and also the fire department reviewed for compliance. At this time, there are no outstanding issues with those, except for you see many comments on development engineering within the staff report regarding stormwater requirements, land disturbance, construction, traffic, all of those types of things you typically see in that report. If you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer those. Let's see here. Lastly, our recommendation for the recommendations for final site plan, we recommend approval of site plan FSP 2115 with the following conditions: that the project be constructed substantially in accordance with the material provided on the list of submitted plans within the staff report, that the final plat be approved by the governing body and recorded with Johnson County, that the Planning Commission determine if the outdoor play area is appropriate in relation to the current zoning regulations, that the Planning Commission must determine if adequate parking is provided. The Planning Commission must determine if the proposed building materials are appropriate, and the applicant must work with staff to complete revisions to the landscape plan, specifically relating to shrub variety and trees at the south side of the site. We also recommend approval of the final plat, which is FP 21-8, and again, that it be constructed substantially in accordance with the material provided on the list of plans in the staff report, that the final site plan be approved by the Planning Commission, acceptance and dedications of the final plat by the governing body and recorded with Johnson County, and that the applicant is responsible for obtaining all such applicable permits. And that concludes staff's presentation on this particular item.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is the applicant present?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Brian Mall. I serve as a director for TM Crowley and Associates, a national developer for pet suites. My address is 2548 North Park Avenue, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you. And are you in agreement with staff's recommendations and the conditions?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And if I may, I'd like to just give a little brief recap of who we are and what we do. And kudos to Stephanie and her team, and Reagan and her team on their cooperation for about the last 8 months on this project.
Very good. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, members of the commission and Stephanie and your team. As I mentioned, my name is Brian Mall with TM Crowley. We are one of a handful of national developers for pet suites. One of our first projects in the Kansas City market. Very excited to be here, and we've got several other projects in neighboring communities coming up. And if I may briefly, I've got Cody Herbster on our call as well. He is our development lead in the Kansas City market, also a Shawnee resident. So certainly if anything comes up that he may be able to answer on the local front, he is on the call. And then Matt Fogarty is our civil engineer with Premier Design Group, leads civil on the project, and he is available for any technical questions as well. To continue on pet suites, as I mentioned, national brand, 11,000 square foot building. Very, very popular in communities, especially I think as we all realized during the pandemic, a lot of families have picked up animals. A lot of time spending at home, and with folks returning back to work, business has been very good for pet suites nationwide. This is a boarding and dog grooming facility. The majority of the interior of the facility is made up of a reception area with the sale of some minor goods, dog food, toys, treats, those types of things. The remainder of the space is for training, for grooming, for boarding for the animals, which are very nice kind of indoor kennel areas, many of which have TVs and cozy little areas for the animals. In addition, there are kind of more stacked, not really stacked, but staged kennels and boarding facilities in the rear of the building. And then on the south facing side, as Stephanie mentioned, we've got several garage doors that lead to an outdoor play area. That play area is equipped with canopies as well as misting machines that keep the animals nice and cool. And all of those different areas are equipped with turf. So it's a comfortable environment for the animals. As you can see on our elevations as well as the site plan, there's actually 3 designated outdoor play areas for really small, medium, and large dogs. So there's really not an intermingling between small dogs and large dogs and medium dogs. And Pet Suite's kind of corporate policy is if you've got any dogs out there, troublemakers, they don't stay out very long and they're brought back inside. And in some of the areas that Stephanie mentioned to the west of the building are really just kind of outdoor areas for the dogs that aren't as social as others, but still enjoy some time outside. That's where they will reside for a duration during the day. And there is outdoor boarding of the animals. They're moved in and out of the building pretty regularly, and each and every time that there's an outdoor play session, that outdoor area is completely cleaned and ready for the next time around. Each of those areas are also, Stephanie mentioned the decorative 7-foot tall white fence. There's also another layer of fencing on the inside that's a kind of a black vinyl chain link fence. We like to make sure that the dogs are secured and safe and that they don't have a means to get out. So we use a kind of a double layer of fencing to keep them in. She also mentioned the parking and kind of the use and the function of these facilities and how they're typically parked. We finished 3 projects in the Denver market during 2020. Of which she may have mentioned that are either the Pet Suites brand, their sister company. And of those 3 projects, one was in Broomfield, Colorado, one in Centennial, and one in Thornton. And starting in Broomfield, that was a 14,000 square foot building with an approved 25 space parking lot. Centennial had also a 14,240 square foot building with 25 spaces. And then our site in Thornton, Colorado had 14,040 square feet and 30 parking spaces. We feel like this number that we're shooting for here at 32 is a very adequate number for the use of the building and kind of the transient nature of dog and cat parents bringing their animals in and leaving. Most of the visitors to the facilities don't stay longer than 5 minutes. Oftentimes they've got a reserved slot and they come in, they walk in and there's a quick handoff of the animal and they're on their way. We also would certainly be agreeable to add some spaces if the commission so deemed it necessary to adhere to code, but we feel like 32 spaces with a building of this size, which is around 3,500 square foot smaller than those other facilities, is more than adequate for this site. We also made a commitment to Stephanie and her team to install that decorative fence along our south property line, as well as the necessary landscaping to match our neighbors to the east. The site plan is quite tricky, and to get the building where we placed it and get the play yard where we placed it, get the parking where we placed it was challenging based on the floodplain issues on the site, the Johnson County sanitary sewer to the south. And then we've made a commitment with staff to add a pedestrian trail from our site to connect to the existing trail to the west. Like I said, Stephanie and her team have been great to work with. Reagan Long and her team have been great to work with. We've gone through several iterations of site plan changes and pre-application meetings with staff, and we feel like we've got a great project, and we're excited to get going. Are there any questions for our team?
Any questions for the applicant or staff? Commissioner Montgomery.
I have a question for applicant. If you could discuss the building materials issue and the non-conformity there.
Yes, absolutely. So after Stephanie and I spoke late last week, I reached out to our architect and essentially what they came back with, and we're working through a design change on that and really a pricing change, is we would propose most likely to do a CMU structure with a brick veneer with a 4-inch thick CMU wainscot below. And depending on the level of brick versus CMU that we would need to use to kind of give that building material change and have the majority of the material be brick versus CMU, we may go to a brick building altogether, but I think we can propose a pretty good solution that is alignment with the buildings to the east, and then also is a transition to the buildings to the west, which I think are more of that CMU material on some of the buildings that have been built to the west along Shawnee Mission. So we'll make a commitment to make a material change, get that back into staff as soon as we can, and work through those changes and ensure that they're on board with the building materials that are adherent with the code.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Appreciate that accommodation and working with staff on that. So my question to staff would be, if we make a motion to approve this, how might we articulate what the discussion and what the outcome of that would be, what the requirement should be?
Yes, this is Stephanie Malmborg. I would say, Commissioner Montgomery, the best way to make a motion on this item, if you so choose that brick is the most appropriate primary material, that you would say that as a condition, and that you would allow staff to work with the applicant at building permit stage to make sure that's the primary material on the building.
Any other questions for the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Peterson.
First of all, you couldn't be more right on the fact that these are needed. I do have actually 2 points. The first one being a discussion on the play area, and it is not the run playground issue yet, but I know you mentioned that you were using turf, artificial turf, and that has to be cleaned. I did not see any details in the plans that I looked at. And have you considered any type of impervious type of situation where we wouldn't get as much runoff in storms or anything like that? Are you going to have any particular areas where you're going to clean the things on the turf to a designated spot? Or can you explain to me how this works in your system?
Yes, absolutely. So each of those designated turf areas on the south side of the building have a 6-inch layer of stone beneath those, and then there's an underdrain system below that. So the thought is that all the solid materials are picked up, with your typical kind of pooper scooper, and then any kind of urine that goes through the turf then goes through a cleaning system with the 6-inch stone, then gets into an underdrain system and goes from there. It's really not a large amount, and the mixture of the water and the cleaning process really dilutes any of that urine that's traveling through the stone into the underdrain system. So everything is really cleaned up by hand of solid materials, and that is the only material that essentially seeps through that turf.
Follow-up crazy question. You said it goes into your system. Do you mean groundwater after it goes through the brick, or is there something else? I'm certain the turf is going to have to be sanitized at one point, and all that chemical will go down as well.
Yeah, what it does is it goes through that 6-inch layer of stone, and then it goes into a piped system below the stone that captures the combination of the water and the urine, and then it goes into an on-site BMP. And Matt, you can kind of chime in on the technical jargon if you would like. So it's going through several layers of cleansing before it enters the public storm sewer system.
So this is Matt Fogarty with Premier. So the real aspect of this is it cannot go into a sanitary sewer because it's in an outdoor area. So it's similar to any subdivision or any scenario where people have dogs. The good aspect of this is we're providing a layer underneath, and with Brian, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it's once a day, or if not twice a day, they spray off that.
Yep, that's correct.
They spray it off, but it actually infiltrates through the turf. The turf is not impervious, so it does allow for that to infiltrate into the ground. Does that go through groundwater? No, I don't believe so. There's a stream not too far. I don't see it having any type of groundwater problem. Plus, in addition, there are clays on the site, so an infiltration aspect. But I don't think that would change whether it's in terms of a subdivision or in terms of here. I mean, in terms of flow rates, a dog, you're looking at not even a half gallon. So it's sequential at almost like daily at 0.001 CFS, which wouldn't even be shown on our plan because that amount is inconsequential.
I was more concerned with chemicals that you add to dilute the smell as well as that, but I understand.
I don't think there's any chemicals added. I believe it's just water that yes. And then of course, solids they pick up, and I think they pick those up immediately from what I've seen. So I don't think there was any challenges from that aspect. I mean, with this being the MPA, they've always been very adamant on having a clean environment.
Okay, thank you. One other question, and that would be on parking. I understand how many dogs or capacity, how many employees are you going to have, to give us some sort of idea of how many dogs are going to be on the yards? I understand they can be staggered in timing and things along those lines, but do you have 5 employee cars? And so that takes up, you only have 27 left, and then you've got people coming in to groom in and out, and no, they're not there for very long. I get it. But I'm just trying to get a really grasp on the real whole picture.
Yeah, absolutely. So typically on site, our hours of operation are from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Staff arrives early to ensure that any members that customers that want to drop their animals off early before work can do so. On average, we have between around 8 employees per shift on the site. And so, depending on how they arrive at work, they're taking up a maximum of 8 parking spaces, usually between 6 to 8 on any given shift. The boarding and play areas within the facility can house anywhere between 80 and 100 animals. That I'd say they're very rarely at capacity. In a facility of this size. On average, they're probably in the 40 to 50 animals inside. And those animals typically come out 2 to 3 times a day for, anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes for outdoor play. And the remainder of the time they're indoors, either being groomed or just kind of resting in their individual quarters. So that's kind of the flow in the facility. I could get you more detailed information on, how many animals are actually staying overnight versus how many are just coming during the day. But the vast majority are kind of day to day. Bring your dog in, take them home at night, bring them in, take them home at night. So the amount of animals that are staying there overnight is probably on average of 20 to 30 per evening.
Thank you. And I don't have any more questions on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Any other questions for the applicant or the staff? I do have a question for staff on the parking as well. You had mentioned in the report there is an option for land banking spaces in case they are needed in the future. I'm curious if the business would change to a different type of business, would those land bank parking spots, if they were land banked, still be required to remain land banked for future use? Suppose thinking that another business might come in requiring more parking?
This is Stephanie Malmborg. Yes, so that's something that we think about often too, is the reuse of buildings and how the parking would affect different types of uses. And like I mentioned in the report and in the presentation earlier, this being a private street with no shared parking on the other lots within this development, you are really limited to what's on the site, but the site is not limited by ground necessarily. So there is potential to have more parking if it's needed. It could be helpful just to show, even just ghosting in the possibility of a parking lot expansion, showing like a land banked area, whether it be to meet this required parking of about 37, or whether we consider there may be in the future a need for more than just 5 more spaces than what's shown. I'm not too concerned with showing the site as is, just because there is lots of room left over should someone else come in the future. And there are no plans that I'm aware of from the applicant to develop another site on, carving out a lot to the south of this, between this building and Shawnee Mission Parkway. So it's going to remain a single lot. There's room for more parking for a future user. There's room for a building expansion for this user or another user. So because the site is not constrained like we see some other smaller lots can be, I'm not too uncomfortable with the concept shown today as far as parking and the applicant's need for parking versus the space on site.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? And this item, my understanding, does not require a public hearing. Is that correct? So with that, we would be in commission discussion. Commissioner Peterson.
Shocked, I'm sure. I have several questions. 32 parking places of the 37, you say, yeah, 5, it's not a lot, but that's greater than a 16% variance from what it should be. And land banking always makes me nervous because it's a situation where you have to force them to add the parking because somebody's complained or this or that. I would rather see that in less than a 10% variance, especially when 8 employees are going to take up 1/3 of the parking places you're going to build. And you're talking about having anywhere between, because they're going to be successful and we're thrilled that they're there, that you're going to have 80 people coming and going during the day. There's going to be some overlap. I really am concerned that I don't want to be short-sighted on that point. It's always easier to do it the first time than to come back and have them add them at a later date, as well as a long time from now when this gets reused, we're adequately addressing that issue. Number one. Number two, I know that signage is not a part of us, but in the renderings, that's a lot of signs. And I just want to let the applicant know we're kind of nutty about that stuff, so be careful. So talk to staff. And
Understand.
the last question I have, and I know it's a sticky point. I don't want to play semantics between play area and a dog run. A dog run is designed, yes, it's a tunnel for the dogs to get exercise. It's typically available to hunting breeds and things like that that are in confined areas, but it's meant to exercise a dog so that they're not in a kennel short box. Yes, it's a play area. It's going to be open space. There's going to be interaction. I don't know if you're going to put teeter-totters or whatever they put in dog play areas these days. But I feel like that's semantics, and we need to be very careful about that. If I'm the only one that's concerned about it, that's one thing. But I wanted to make sure that they're both meant to exercise the dogs so they're not locked up all day. Tomato, tomato, in my mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Any other comments? Commissioner Van Willingham.
Commissioner Peterson, respectfully, I disagree with your approach on the parking. I think having excess pavement around these buildings is aesthetically unpleasing. I think the property will look better with maximizing the green space around the building versus the parking area. And I honestly don't. I don't really share your concern that there will be overflows in the parking area. I thought what the applicant told us about the come and go traffic to the business made sense to me. And I've seen it in, daycares that my grandchildren go to. There's people coming and going all the time, dropping their kids off. And I imagine it's very similar with your pets. So I'm okay with the variance to the parking numbers.
I also
Commissioner Peterson?
fight this. I'm sorry. I fight this battle myself because I like grass a whole lot better than concrete as well. My only concern is that I know that they do grooming, and was there pet training as well? So would that be people that are coming to a class, and I just don't know how often that is, or that was not addressed. So that I just would rather build one or two more now, not the full 37 or 27, 37.
Thank you. Any other comments? I do have a couple of comments on the parking. I have concerns. My preference would be to land bank it to maximize the green space. Then they are bound to construct it later if there are problems, is my understanding. The other item is on the building materials. I would have a lot of concern if it was not in compliance with our building standards, as the commission has spent a great deal of time working with staff to come up with those quality standards, and certainly wanted to blend in well with the neighboring buildings that were also built under those very similar, if not the same, requirements. And then on the outdoor play area, I do share some concern that Commissioner Peterson expressed earlier, in that I'm a little uncomfortable approving an exception when we have text amendments in the works. I would hate to approve something that may then become legally conforming. Any other commission discussion? Not, does anyone care to make a motion on the item? Commissioner Montgomery.
I move for approval of FSP 21-8 and FP 21-15, final site plan and final plat approval for pet suites located in the 19800 block of West 65th Terrace, subject to staff conditions, and that applicant work with staff to make brick the primary material on the building, and land bank at least 5 more parking spaces, so those would be available to be added at a later date if needed.
Thank you. And is there a second? Commissioner Willingham.
I will second that motion.
Yes, Stephanie.
Chairman, would that motion also include anything about the outdoor play area and approving an outdoor play area? Or is that going to be a separate motion? Because you included something about the two other open items. I just want to make sure that doesn't get forgotten.
What do you need on that?
That you would choose to approve or deny the outdoor play area.
I would include in the motion to approve the outdoor play area.
Thank you, Commissioner Montgomery. Your motion is amended. Is there a second of the amended motion? Thank you, Commissioner Wallingham. Any other discussion on it? Not all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And next item on
Thank
the
you very much.
agenda. Thank you, and welcome to Shawnee.
Thank
Appreciate
very
you bringing
much.
your
We're
business
glad to
here.
be.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is RZ 21-4 and PP 21-4 and PSP 21-2, 5700 King Townhomes located at 5700 King Street, rezoning, preliminary plat, and preliminary site plan approval. Thank you. Staff?
Good evening. I'm Lauren Grasshoff, neighborhood planner. I will be presenting information about these 3 reviews we have tonight for 5700 King Townhomes. The project is located at 5700 King Street. The applicant, Sunflower Development Group, is seeking approval of a rezoning request from R1 Single Family Residential to TSQ, Town Square Zoning District. Preliminary plat approval of a 1-lot subdivision and preliminary site plan approval. The proposed plan includes 26 2-story townhome units, and upon approval of a preliminary site plan rezoning request by City Council and preliminary plat, final site plan and final plat approval will also be required by the Planning Commission. The subject site is located in our downtown core of Shawnee, like I said, at 5700 King Street. The site is bounded by 57th Street to the north and Flint Street to the west and King Street to the east. The property shares boundaries with the city's Splash Cove pool facility. The area was platted as multiple lots within the original Shawnee City plat in 1873. The site is approximately 1.7 acres. The current land use guide in our comprehensive plan designates the property as high-density residential, along with several surrounding properties. To the north is low-density residential, and to the south, on both south and southwest, would be sort of your public uses for parks and the church, which is considered a public, quasi-public designation. The zoning, it currently is R1 single family residential, as well as all surrounding properties, and just half a block to the east is where we start to see our town square zoning districts, which does allow for a variety of commercial and residential uses. The subject property was developed in the early 1950s as the Flint Elementary School. The elementary school remained in use until 1996. The building was then occupied by Wonderscope Children's Museum, and they relocated in 2020. The applicant, Sunflower Development Group, did have a different proposal. I'm sure many people remember for a 3 to 5 story apartment building on this site. That request to rezone and plat and plan for that property was denied by the City Council in November of last year. The applicant has since pursued options for redeveloping the site with the current application for townhomes. This is a continuation, the rezoning hearing from the originally scheduled review by the Planning Commission on June 21st. The comprehensive plan has been updated actually within the last couple years for downtown. Since 2002, there's been a concerted effort to create long-term plans for reinvestment in the downtown area, including 5 major community development visioning and implementation plans, as well as what I noted as far as a overhaul of the downtown section of the comprehensive plan. And the update was conducted in order to align the plan with the goals, strategies, objectives, and implementation activities that have been created and undertaken since 2005 in downtown. Staff notes that the proposed 5700 King Townhome project meets the comprehensive plan goals for downtown to create more live, work, and play opportunities by offering more living units, more living unit choices, enhancing the overall economic value of businesses and property downtown. The project conforms to the downtown vision within the comprehensive plan and includes many of the key development concepts as cited within the comprehensive plan. As I noted earlier, the property is zoned R1, single family residential. The proposed rezoning request is to rezone that to Town Square zoning district. As I noted as well, all surrounding properties are also zoned R1, single family residential, although not all surrounding properties are obviously have a residential use on them. Staff does note that the city's future land use map within the comprehensive plan designates the subject site as appropriate for high density residential. The city's comprehensive plan defines high density residential as appropriate for residential uses at 10 or more dwelling units per acre. The proposed development has an overall density of approximately 15 dwelling units per acre. The comprehensive plan adds contextual sensitivities, including additional setbacks, attached townhouses, and varying design concepts that can be implemented to decrease the impacts of density on surrounding properties. The general mix of uses, walkable and healthy communities, accommodates diverse social economic populations and diverse housing types within our downtown. And this development does add to the mix of uses within the area. The subject property, as noted, was formerly a children's museum, which had a commercial-like use with surrounding the housing, though that is currently still there. While the city's zoning code defines attached housing as multifamily, multiple dwelling units, the character, style, and function of the proposed project is more closely aligned with single-family housing. So I will move on to the preliminary site plan. And I will note that there are 2 open items for the Planning Commission to review this evening. As noted, this is a 26-unit, 2-story attached townhome. There are 4 different buildings, all surrounding the street frontages of the site, Flint Street, West 57th, and King Street. The parking is provided internal to the site, with the majority of it being blocked from view from the townhomes. All townhomes have at least 3 bedrooms and 2 different layouts, which 10 of the units have rear entry garages, the ones along the north side of the property along West 57th, and the 16 additional units have small rear courtyards in the central area, and those units are along King Street and Flint Street. The proposed project is located entirely within the existing property lines, and there is no proposal for acquisition of city property. One of the items that staff did note in the report is that the setback requirements in the town square zoning district do require a minimum 20-foot side yard setback when adjacent to single-family residential zoning districts. The Splash Cove site is zoned R1 single family, but as we are all aware, that site is actually not used for residential purposes and does inherently have more of a commercial use at least 3 months of the year, with events and obviously pool facility being used. So Planning Commission will need to determine if a reduced side yard setback to the south property line is appropriate. They are proposing a minimum of 2 feet, and the 20-foot setback is required. The setbacks along West 57th, Flint, and King Street do exceed what is required, which is a 0-foot front yard setback, since those are all along street frontages. The setbacks do vary along the street frontages from 8 to 10 feet from the property line to the buildings, but there is actually greater green space if you take into account the curb to the buildings, approximately 29 feet. The second open item relative to the preliminary site plan review includes the Planning Commission determination to see if the parking provided is accurate. There are no minimum parking requirements in the town square zoning district. Parking is to be established on a case-by-case basis and determined if what is provided meets the needs of the facility. And it should also take into account surrounding uses, and then as well as surrounding available parking, whether that's on Splash Cove, on street, or shared parking facilities. 59 parking spaces have been provided. That's a little over 2 parking spaces per unit. Each unit has designated 2 spaces and includes enough for 7 guest spaces. And that's all internal to the site. The map that you see up on the screen right now does include a legend. Staff has identified public parking, which includes striped spaces at city facilities and then also on street. There are no proposals at this time to change any of the on-street parking. If it does become a concern with maybe people accessing their driveways or site distances at intersections, that's certainly something that staff can address and can sign for no parking. This is just a preliminary landscape plan that was provided with the site plan. There are a significant amount of foundation plantings as well as a variety of street trees planted along the perimeter of the site. Evergreen trees have been provided on the south side of the site to help screen view from the Splash Cove site to the internal parking area. The elevations shown on the screen are on the left side, the front and rear of the north buildings, which you'll note do have a somewhat different design, although both styles are consistent with what we'd consider a modern farmhouse design. They employ 2 primary facade building elevations within the overall design. The one along West 57th Street, and then the second along Flint and King Street. Buildings facades along West 57th are set back approximately 29 feet and include walk-up front stairways and stoops. And then the varying roof lines, inclusion of picture windows, a variety of materials, all within the white and gray scale, all add variation to the building facades. All buildings include a 4-sided building design, and grade change along the north property line to the south actually allow for the at-grade entry for the garages on the north side. The building elevations along Flint and King appear more vertical by design, And their entries are at grade with individual access at each unit along the street fronts. Surface parking and detached garages are utilized for parking for the townhomes to the east and west sides. Instead of attached garages, those units have small fenced courtyards, and the detached garages match the building design and materials of the primary structure. The same building materials and color palette are employed on all townhome buildings and detached garages. The materials and overall building design do meet our design guidelines. Along with tonight's review includes the preliminary plat. Like I noted, the site is approximately 1.7 acres. There are no proposed changes to the property boundaries. Platting of the property will allow the lot to be consolidated as one development and allows formal city acceptance of newly dedicated easements and public improvements. Tonight's review for the rezoning does require a public hearing. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning request for the 5700 King Townhome project, subject to the two conditions noted. Staff also recommends approval of the preliminary site plan and preliminary final plat, subject to the 7 conditions noted in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lauren. Is the applicant present? Please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Jason Swords, 1125 Grand Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri, 64106.
Thank you. Are you in agreement with the staff's recommendation and conditions?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission for the applicant or the staff? Commissioner Nunnick.
Yes. First of all, just generally speaking, I would like to commend the developer for working with, it appears, a nice change from the prior project. But with that came, it appears, some amenities that are no longer part of the development, which I can understand, I guess, to a degree the development has changed. Can you kind of elaborate on what amenities may still be there or have taken away, such as a pool, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Sure. So just a little bit of history. We had originally come forth with a plan that was 5 stories, podium parking, north of 200 apartment units, 4 stories up, right? And we had a swimming pool, fitness center, everything that a really high end, something you might see out in Lenexa or wherever it might be. And by the way, I love that plan. I still do. So when we went back after talking with city staff and members of council and the neighborhood, we realized that we were never going to get anything above a 2-story height limit approved. In doing so, we've grossed up the sizes of these dwelling units, and to park it all on site without building structured parking, we've lost square footage for amenity space. So to compensate for that, we believe we're over parking it today. One thing that, and this is my fault, it was not yours, is that not every one of our units will be 3 bedroom. We'll have a couple of them will be, a small handful will be 2 units. So I feel like we're over parking. We're providing a backyard and a front yard for a number of the units. On the others, we're providing literally a 3-story project or a 3-story home within what is a 2-story dwelling. So we have had to get rid of what is a clubhouse or a pool or something along those lines just to make it work. In doing so, though, we feel like we've scrunched everything down to get into the TSQ zoning, and hopefully we've met something that the neighbors would approve of, and we've paid attention to this modern farmhouse concept. And I'll be the first to tell you that I'm not an architect, which is why our architects are right here. This seems to be very popular, and we feel like we've come up with a great design. You know, the one thing that I want to say is that even though we've taken the project down from a density standpoint, we are not going to build something that's not quality. So the materials that we're using, interior, exterior, everything about this project is a quality project. So we feel like we are still building Class A, but we're not building apartments. We're building essentially single family homes to that level. So, but no, we have lost some of the public amenities, but when you only have 26 units, it'd be hard for me to build those amenities with having only 26 doors.
Any other questions for the applicant or staff? I do have a question for the applicant on the parking. I understand you believe it's overparked, but with several 3-bedroom units, and you assign parking, is my understanding.
Correct.
And 2 spaces per unit. So what do you do in a situation where you might have a tenant with 3 vehicles?
It's our market study is based on that we won't see a lot of that for the size of the units and the rental rate that we're going to be charging here. So I don't believe that we will see that issue. At the same time, I'll tell you that you're going to see a handful of folks with 1 car here. I will also be the first person to tell you that my parking standards versus city parking standards are much lower. We see fewer cars in every development that we do, whether it be Tonganoxie, Kansas, Castle Rock, Colorado, wherever it might be. We see fewer spaces needed. So I feel like we are providing ample parking here. You know, we did make it a point to not request for any type of parking on street change, you know, around the site. We feel like that we're going to be okay there. And we do assign parking. We like folks that park their cars to be accountable for their spaces.
So in the rare event you might have a tenant with 3 vehicles, would you assign 3 spaces or a maximum of 2?
We would probably sign a maximum of 2. Yeah. But also in a property like this where you're managing 26 doors as opposed to 200, there's an ebb and flow. So you've got one you give here for this amount of time, and sometimes you'll lose a potential tenant because you might not have that second space available. So it's an ebb and flow. It's an ongoing process.
Thank you. Commissioner Nunnick.
Regarding the parking, I don't know if you want to show it, but there's the public parking to the south, immediately to the south, if I remember right, there between there and Splash Cove in the yellow. Is that available to them for overflow parking? Sorry.
It is available. We did talk with our Parks Department, and they do believe that 9 months of the year, there's generally no need for those parking spaces. And
They're fairly limited there anyways.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be.
Well, and also just to be clear, we're going to be good stewards of this property. We plan on owning this for over 11 years. So if there are parking concerns that arise, we will answer those calls and do the best we can to solve them. So I also apologize that this is the 3rd time the commission has heard me up here talking about this project. So I'm sorry, especially to staff. I will say that Shawnee planning staff, they're fantastic. You guys are you've got a very informed and very courteous staff. So
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Montgomery.
Just to confirm, these units are all for rental, right? They're not for available to purchase.
yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you go that direction? Townhomes could be marketed as properties for sale.
I've never done single family for sale property or townhome for sale property. It's not what my company does. It doesn't mean that maybe they couldn't be replatted at a later date and an HOA put in service, you know, to make that happen. But that's not what we do as a company. We do for rent properties, and we try to do higher end and Class A stuff.
Any other? Commissioner Peterson.
I noticed that it's a single access entry from the southeast corner, which is King Street. Can you tell me why you chose that? Because not Flint has a stoplight. King does not when you enter Johnson Drive. So I was just curious.
If you go to Flint and 57th on the northwest corner, we look to put an access road to exit right onto Flint. But once we realize that we only have 26 units and the number of cars we have, it's better for us to control the entry because this is a fobbed style card reader entry. This is a secure site.
So it's a gated entry.
It's a
as well,
gated, it's
like
a gated
driveway.
entry, right? So we just felt like it's better to close it off and keep everything kind of self-contained. So our goal was here. Our goal here was to not have anybody see parked cars, not have anybody see a trash receptacle. It's treated with front yards and with a single entry type space. So, and again, the architects will give a better description of that than me.
I was just curious why the stoplight versus the not stoplighted road to enter Johnson Drive. Because,
what kind
by
of
the
that
way, I'm
connection?
not exactly that concerned over 52 cars maximum. So I was just curious.
Thank you very much for that.
Any other questions for the staff or the applicant? Not, this is a public hearing item. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Just please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Cindy Haith, and I live at 11300 West 57th, which is just cat-a-corner to the 57th east side of where this project will go. I'm here as a member of United Neighbors of Shawnee, but I'm here representing the public meeting that we had about a week and a half or so before the original hearing last month. And while the general consensus of the people was still that they would have loved to have seen this area of town that we do all of our socializing in be something that more unified between Neiman Now project in the downtown and Old Shawnee Town. However, we are not going to oppose this. We are not in opposition to this. But what I would like to speak on, and their biggest concern, was the thing you had up a little bit ago, the municipal code that tells Planning Commission what to approve and not. And on number 6 says the extent to which it will, the removal of the restriction will detrimentally affect the nearby property. And as some of you have already spoken about, we are concerned about the traffic in our neighborhood and getting in and out. Currently, King has no parking on the west side, and on the east side of King, there is no parking from where technically is where the school started to the north, where you hit a stop sign. If that would be taken away and allowed for them to park, people coming from 57th would not be able to see approaching traffic from the south. There is also about a 20-foot area from Johnson Drive to the north, again, so that no one's parking there and someone comes around the corner to hit. So actually right now, if it was to stay the same, there's only a little bitty tiny area on King that allows parking on either side of King Street. However, on Flint Street. These are all over by the church. And that is a direct cut through to 55th. So that is a lot more busy traveled road back in there. On King Street, there is currently parking on both sides. 57th Street, there is not parking on either side. And from what they tell me, I had a meeting with Doug Allman about a month ago, again, before this, just to see where we stood on what we could ask for and how we would go about getting it. I talked with Jason, and I understand that the parking on the street isn't really his deal. That would be between us and the city. And so that's why I scheduled the meeting with Doug to see where we could come to at least some agreement to help the neighborhood. My personal prayers for this were that something went in there that did not make me lose my home value of a new house I just built 5 years ago, and that it would not become a traffic or congested area, that we would still be able to get in and out like we do. And so I went over yesterday and I measured the street on the blacktop, just blacktop, there's 23 feet. It's 25 feet if you go to the edge of the grass with the curb. My husband's step-side smaller pickup was 7 feet wide. So if there is a vehicle parked on one side, you have a 2-foot space, and I'm quite sure there's bigger trucks than his. So technically, you cannot get two-way traffic down that street. If we originally thought if they at least did no parking on one side, their side of the street, because even in the renderings, you can see a car parked out, well parked or driving out front, which goes right in front of the dwelling. On the dwellings on the east and west side, there is only a 24-foot setback and not a 29, according to the plans. So how many times would you or your guest be tempted just to park there and run up to the front door, because the front doors are facing towards the streets? So then again, they've taken up that, and you could not get two-way traffic by or very narrowly. And what happens if there's a fire at those apartments? I'm heading out from my house. I'm already headed down the street. Here comes a fire truck. I either have to back up because he can't get through if there's parked cars. And when we built the house, that's what they told me was the reason why 57th Street had no parking, was to be able to get emergency vehicles in that area. I also would like to note that Cody, which is the other street to the west, past Flint, also has no parking on both sides of its street. So our biggest request would be the parking concern, and that, as you said, we all believe that in apartments that are going, or townhouses that are going to rent for over $2,000 a month, that you're going to have young professionals in there. My own kids did that same thing. And so you're going to have, I think, a very real thing that you could have 3 bedrooms and each of them still paying $700-800 a month, that you're going to be sharing that big townhouse. And again, if you have over 2, you already got that third space going to go to those 7 guest spaces. So we would love to see the parking be more self-contained. Yes, there is pool parking over there 9 months of the year, but after the last ordeal, I can't tell you how many pictures I got when the pool opened up from people sending them to me, showing me that the parking was overflowing into Wonderscope's parking lot just from pool activity. So those 3 months, it is a problem. And plus, it's also against city code to park in any city parking lot overnight. So if you had an overnight guest, they can't park in those lots. So we would love to still see it self-contained, whether that would be removing 1 on each end. If you remove 2 on the west side, then you would be more in compliance with the ordinance that says it's supposed to be 20-foot setback anyway. But something of removing 2 units would provide quite a bit more parking that we would like to be able to see it self-contained. We don't feel like it's too much to ask that we can still get in and out of our neighborhood safely. And if you have all that on-street parking, all these people with little kids and walking and the pool, they go in between that traffic and in between those cars to get across the street, even to walk over to excess parking over at the Sisters parking lot over there. So that's some of our main concern, is that we would love to see the King Street, all the other surrounding streets are basically no parking. And we would like to see King also, because that is where all the in and out parking will go, as well as pool parking. And if they overflow from the pool parking, they too are going to try to park on the streets, and we won't be able to get by. The other couple of things, one is that they came up with that they would like to see. There was still a lot of concern about something so close to a private or a public parking or pool area. One citizen had said that they've seen people taking pictures of their kids many times, and what they came up to a conclusion was, could we ask for an 8 to 10 foot privacy fence to separate the properties between the public property and then having to look into the back parking lot of the apartments. And so I did pre-warn Jason that we were going to ask for that. And so I feel like both of those things are pretty minor to be able to coincide with the neighborhood and the new project coming in. The only other issue that we were made aware of at our public meeting by our representative was that they were no longer, that the city was now going to be taking over going to help them out, was how he stated it, on the sewer line, the runoff, whatever it is underneath. So the citizens would now be paying for that, was our question. So that's all I have. Other than that, we as a group find that this is a lot better, and we appreciate that. And we still feel like that we did something good for withstanding the neighborhood and protecting the people surrounding the area.
Thank you. If you could please write your name and address legibly. I think there's a notepad up there. Print your name, please. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this item? Yes, please come forward. If you would also please write your name and address on the notepad and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Brian Blanger. I'm at 11306 West 55th, so I am right. If you go to the north end of Flint and look to your right, my house is right there. I travel Flint all the time, up and down. And can we get the picture back up that shows the blue lines there where the public parking is? Yeah, that north end of Flint, those double blue lines, that's really not real. Flint is only 2.5 cars wide. Is Flint, the north end of it, already permanently is a slalom? You go to turn on to Flint, there's always a car parked, one car on. You got to wait behind them if somebody's coming the other way. And it's a double all the way down. It's cars on both sides, and you swerve in and out now in Flint. There is no two-way. There is on-street parking on the north end of Flint, and there should not be already. That should already be limited to the east side where there's a sidewalk when there's no sidewalk on the left. It is going to be horrific there. That's going to have to be fixed. It's not a problem. Is it going to be a problem? It is going to be a problem. There's no question that it is. It's going to have to be restricted first to the east side only, and the road is going to have to be widened in order to make two cars and one lane parking possible. There's not really another way to get around that. The good news is on the west side of Flint and on the east side of Flint, there's a great big wide green space between the existing sidewalk and the curb, so there's a little bit of room that could be reclaimed there. West side looks like it was already mapped out or planned out a long time ago to have a sidewalk put in that was never put in. So there's space to be able to grab 6 feet or whatever of additional surface area there and make that possible on the north. South side of Flint, there's no way to have on-street parking there ever, and there never is, because the church on the west side is fully self-contained, and this has always been fully self-contained. There's never been a need for on-street parking. As soon as you put one car any place on that strip, you've now turned it into no more two-way traffic. You can't have people parking there with this. You cannot, they will not be able to pull up and park along that property on the west side. As soon as you got a car there, you've shut down two-way traffic on Flint. Excuse me, on the northwest corner, on the corner of 57th and Flint, there is, as soon as you turn onto that, there is a parking space with nose-in parking. That's what the school had there for people that were pulling up and were coming street side, was they had a zone of nose-in off-street parking on the property. And I would like to see that run all the way around the property. Shrink the backyards a little bit, shrink the front a little bit, and ring the whole thing with nose-in property like that little section that's already there. Because these are beautiful homes. These front entranceways are gorgeous. This is really nice. And I'd like to thank for coming back from last time. These are beautiful. Who wouldn't want to have that nice front entranceway that you can park in front of and get out of your car and walk in and use? You've always got to park in your basement and walk up through. And if you're having guests come, what are you going to do when you're having a holiday? You're going to have your guests come over and hang out on Friday night and go downtown and go out and have some cocktails and check out a show and get the brew pub. Where are they going to park? You want them to be able to pull up in front of your house. Now, with that, and if they keep it on site and do that nose in, I don't think that should be public parking. I think that should be parking that goes with and controlled by the landlord. That should be for the community alone, restricted to community. No on-street parking, and that nose in restricted to residents only, so that they can manage that. And that becomes a premium upsell for the property, is that not only do you get your parking spaces in your garage and out back, but you get 2 parking spots at the end of your walk that you can pull nose in. So you're coming back from Costco and you got a bunch of stuff and you want to go into the kitchen, you don't have to drag it up the stairs. You can pull in, and then you have shared spaces in between for guests or for visitors. But yeah, all those blue lines on Flint really need to kind of go away, and the north end of it needs to be pushed away. Flint is already a problem. North end of Flint is already a traffic problem. I don't know how it's escaped any traffic studies that it's not, but it is. There's times where I'll go to pull onto Flint, you pull onto it, and the first house there is a duplex, and there's always a car parked on the street. They never park out back, which means that as soon as you pull on, you can only ever go 2 cars deep on going south on Flint from 55th. If there's a car coming the other way, you're stuck. And if you have a line of them coming the other way, you got to sit there. And then you pull out to go, and you've got, there's always a van parked just a little bit beyond that. There's always the Star Wars car parked a little bit beyond that, or the Jedi, Casey Jedi, which is a great license plate, by the way. And you have to zigzag now all the time. I can guarantee if you go there now, that's exactly what you'll find. So parking, as far as around it, the on-street and what I'd like to see there is still a concern. Better, but it's still a major concern. I did call. Actually, I guess it would have been the message that I would have left was for, because it was on the I called Jason. I guess I left a message. Yep. I guess so. I saw the thing on the cover page for this that got distributed for the whole stuff, but I called and left several messages over the last few weeks. I never got a call back from anybody. And I don't know if that's you guys do. That was the contact on the thing, so I thought I'd call and try to talk to somebody over there. You got your offices, and nobody ever called me back. So just FYI. But again, they're beautiful townhomes. These are going to be really nice, and I definitely think that the people who are going to be moving in those are going to be people who do like the kind of folks. Some people entertain, some people. Those are gorgeous. Who wouldn't want to pull up out front? In that picture they show, you can't do that. That car right there is shutting down two-way traffic on Flint. That's it. Now, one good thing, and I don't know if I've heard anybody mention it. I don't know if it's been addressed yet, or you guys have, but right across the street, since you got right across the church, you got that huge parking lot. That north end of that church parking lot is empty except for old Shawnee days. So 52 weeks out of the year that nobody's parked there. And there's 50 parking spots, very nice one, nicely painted, nice and flat. That north entryway into it is only 1 car wide. That could be widened, and a privacy fence put up for that home that's on the corner there. And there's 50 extra spots. Maybe there's some kind of a win-win lease deal for you guys and for the church to be able to make use of those for overflow parking. Did you? Okay. I'm not. Okay. I was hoping. I'm like, well, there's 50 parking spots right there. We have a giant parking lot right that was.
Sir, you're addressing the commission, please.
Oh, sorry. But those are gorgeous. I would love to see it, but the nose-in parking, I think, has to be done. I think you've got to be able, I think it has to remain self-contained like it always was. This notion of on-street parking being somehow able to absorb some kind of overflow. There is no buffer of available on-street parking spaces to be able to fill. They don't exist. The ones that are there that are shown are theoretical only. There are no on-street parking spaces along the south side of Flint, unless you want to shut down two-way traffic on Flint all the time, and Flint it becomes a nightmare. But yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of, hopefully, and what I'm hoping personally is that we do see a whole lot of young professionals that 3 of them rent one of these places. Those are the folks who want to be able to walk across the street to a theater and see a show, or walk down and grab a beer and go out and get dinner and invite their friends. Hey, show's going on. Come down, hang out for the night. Nobody has to drive. We can walk, see a show, and we can go out and grab some dinner and some beers. That's exactly the kind of crowd. It would be nice to bring some life to downtown, but they have more than 1 car. I don't know anybody. How many people know anybody, any family at all, that has the money to have a place like this and only has 1 vehicle? I don't know. I don't see it. I think I see 3 vehicles in all of these, not 1 vehicle in most of them. So is there anything else that I have on here traffic? Yeah, that's kind of it. It's really like I say, great job. Huge improvement over the last time, and really close, but I do think that it needs to remain self-contained with a ring of parking around it to be able to, like it always has been, that the on-street parking on Flint is going to have to go away. So
thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the public who would wish to speak on this item? Please come forward and please print your name and address on the notepad and state your name and address for the record, please.
I don't do well at public speaking. My name is Sharon Graham. I live at 11314 West 57th Street, immediately across to the north. And that view right there in the upper left corner is the one that I will see every time I look out my front yard. And I admit it's a beautiful property. My question is, who's going to maintain that property? Who's going to take care of it, keep it upbeat, up to the standards of the community? In my morning walks, I see many, many properties just around my area that are run down and basically eyesores. And with these people not owning the property, who's going to take care of the property? Who's going to keep it nice? That's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we would move into commission discussion. Any discussion for the commission? Commissioner Peterson.
Love how everybody always looks at me. By the way, I commend the residents. I commend Sunflower. I commend staff. This is been a long time coming with bouncing lots of ideas and running down lots of places. The fact that you looked into the church parking lot as a possible overflow is that, you know, we didn't just say, this is what we want to do. And I know that's a lot of work. I understand that the generations behind us are not using their cars like we did. It was a rite of passage and you wanted one as soon as you could get one. And it's another mindset. I don't always understand it, but I do know that it exists. My question is not to the developers, and I know that you worked very hard to contain your parking, and I do like that. The 7 guest spaces does not 100% concern me, other than without any parking on the north side of this. If you do go visit one of those 6 houses or townhouses on that north side, they're not going to let them in at the key fob and park there and walk all the way through. They're going to park up Martin or Flint. It's just what's going to happen. You want to answer that? Well, I don't know how you. Oh, we are in commission discussion. Sorry about that. I think we ought to look at least making it absolutely one side parking only. Barton has both sides. Flint has one side for part of it and 2 at other. At that corner to limit that impact on those residents as much as possible. The other question is, did we look into a bike lane at all? I do know these people like to ride bikes. With the narrowness of those streets, there is no bike lane. Are we looking at that as an impact at all? Yes.
Commissioner Peterson, we do have our Deputy Public Works Director, Kevin Manning, here today in the back. And if we have any transportation, street, bike lane type questions, he might be a good person to ask. That could also be a good question for the applicant if we're opening it up for questions.
Sure, we'll allow it.
Well, I wasn't asking for that. The other.
There are a number of concerns about parking.
Parking,
I
I'm
think it would
concerned
be good to hear
going into
from
that,
the city on what they've
especially on
looked
the
at,
north side.
what the options are. Kevin, do you mind?
Kevin Manning, Deputy Public Works Director. Was there a specific question that you had about parking you'd like me to answer?
How are you going to deter people on the north side of that property that are visiting those 10 townhomes that don't have any on-street parking from not infiltrating the neighborhood directly just because it's quicker?
Sure. So I think what we want to do here is, as Lauren described, is we want once this is built, we're going to be doing an evaluation of parking and get a better idea of really where these people are going. What we don't want to do is, there was some concern about parking on Flint. There's a lot of discussions between residents about what's appropriate for parking, and some residents really prefer to park in their driveways and keep the street clear, and then other residents prefer that to have the ability to park on the street. So we don't want to necessarily go in and just block all down one side of the street if we don't have an existing problem, because what that does is frustrate some residents who do have that expectation of parking there. So what we'd like to do here is see how, when this development goes in, how the patterns change. This is not a situation where if we don't do something up front, then we can't go back and do something later. Putting up no parking signs is an easy fix, doesn't take a lot of effort. But we really just want to see how those traffic patterns change before we go in and do anything, because we don't want to put up some signs and then have frustration from residents before you even know what's going to happen.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Willingham?
My question is, I'm very familiar with the area, but I can't quite picture the rationale for no parking on 57th Street.
So, I know that no parking's been there for quite some time. And I don't know the whole history of that. Many times it can be from neighbors that call in and are concerned about parking. A lot of times that's reviewed kind of on a case-by-case basis. And so that has been there prior to my time joining the city, but I can't give you an exact explanation as to why that no parking was in there.
So I guess one of the concerns that Commissioner Peterson expressed is people that come to visit those units that are facing on 57th Street would then overflow on into the residential areas on Barton and Flint, which I think the residents are appropriately concerned about. So maybe a possible solution would be to open up some parking along 57th Street so these people could parallel park in front of their units.
I think that's something that staff is open to. I do know, I think residents have expressed concern about parking on 57th as well. And so I think any parking in general is kind of a concern. And so, I think staff is open to a variety of different options and something we will be evaluating. I'm assuming this is approved and built.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other discussion items from the commission? Mr. Willoughby?
Question for the there. Jason. So for the 10 that are the 10 townhomes that are on 57 that have the garages, it looks like you could almost park in front of the garages outside and still you could drive, somebody else could drive by.
You could.
And so that would.
Well, somebody could pull in and get around your car.
Yes.
And get in back there. So they're built to where you could have a third car behind there, but we've not been describing it that way. And maybe that's my fault, but.
And those are what? Those are 2-car garages, right?
Yes.
So so there's room for your 2 cars in the garage and 2 guest cars or whatever outside. I'm saying if somebody's coming to visit you.
Yes.
They can pull in and get into,
Yes.
Especially the ones that are on Flint.
That's providing that everybody parks 2 cars in their 2-car garage, which I have a 2-car garage and I can't get 1 car in it. So I think if you have 2 cars there, you're gonna have 1 outside all the time and the other's gonna be filled with bicycles and same stuff mine's filled with. So, but that's primarily the reason we have described it that way. But yes, you could do that.
Thank you.
In commission discussion, Commissioner Peterson?
I like the fact that we're going to give the residents an option of coming to the city after this or doing a traffic study afterwards. I think it will be a problem up there. But the other question I had is not actually about your development. The map where it says public parking for the city, I know that has the blue lines, and I'm not even talking about on-street parking at this point. I'm talking about all the yellow ones between Flint and during Monday through Friday, the city utilizes almost all of the parking spaces on the west side of City Hall and on the north side of City Hall. They also utilize probably 50% of the ones across the street in between the private building, K&M building, and then the Top Shop, as well as their customers using that around the park is in and out. And I get that. And there's one of those spots that's not available because there's a porta potty in it. Then you go across the street. I want to know how many times we're going to count those public parking spaces as the ability for how many people to use and not realize that overflow is going to impact those. And I realize there's varying degrees of timing. Some is nighttime. We had a wonderful moonlight market but to do that, we also shut down all of City Hall parking and the city moved their vehicles out, and it was a wonderful event. But if we keep adding things where that access is there, I think we need to pay attention to double counting them. I understand that it is public and the city take care of it, but we just need to keep that in mind that we can't use that same entity 7 times. It's not always going to be available. And that is not your problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner Nanick?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So in listening to the residents' concerns about this parking north on Flint, and I believe also is Barton, I guess, on the road that's offset there. I guess my question would be, and I'm not really looking for an answer, I guess more of a statement, that is a city issue to look at it and study some parking or traffic patterns and traffic issues. To me, this development has 59 cars. Yes, there's going to be some visitors. All 59 cars are not all going to be there at the same time. This is going to be a very fluid property. I'll say something that's probably going to be a little controversial. I think we're trying to find a problem with this property when we're having this discussion. I'm just going to be honest. I think this developer has gone out of their way to bring us a completely different project, self-contain the parking. I think we could build a 1-story room in this building, this city, and we would have a problem with parking. So I'm being just honest. There may be a parking problem on Flint with the cars that are parking on the street there right now. That's not this property's issue. That's a discussion for the residents to talk to the city. And I think any discussion about that should be negative or seen as questionable, but this project is misplaced and very unfortunate.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanick. Commissioner Montgomery.
Commissioner Nanick, I really appreciate those comments. I agree. I just think we're getting really hung up on the parking here. This is we tend to think of parking, I think, like we do further out from the city center, and we have these parking numbers and formulas for parking. And I think we have to think of this as more of an urban area. We're trying to develop a downtown district here that includes residential and retail and mixed development. And if parking becomes an issue, maybe the city has to build a parking garage down the road. But I am somebody who voted against the last proposal because I thought it was too dense. And I want to commend the developers for bringing something that I feel really good about for this location.
Yes, Stephanie.
Just wanted to note that Commissioner David Aber has his hand up. You'd like to call on him?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Aber.
Yes, I tend to agree with the rest of the discussion about parking. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I've been following along, and there was discussion of essentially tandem parking in front of all of the 2-car garages. Wouldn't that add an extra 20 parking spaces if that were the case?
I believe it could add additional spots. My interpretation, this is Commissioner Bienhoff, but it's not designed and marketed that way.
Okay, thank you.
Stephanie, please go ahead.
Stephanie Malmborg. Just looking at the site plan, and keep in mind this is still a preliminary site plan, and the applicant, should they be approved for rezoning, would come back for a final site plan in the future, and we could kind of dive into this deeper at that time. Just eyeballing it here, it looks like that might be pretty tight to try and fit 2 parking spaces in front of those north garages. I'm sure it's certainly something that the applicant to take a look at between preliminary and final site plan stage. And we'd want to make sure that there's still adequate access for anyone trying to get in and out of those garages. We don't want it to be too tight, and we definitely want to make sure that there's room for that, but the applicant can certainly look into that if they're approved to move forward.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any other discussion items from the commission? If not, would anyone care to make a motion on this item? Commissioner Montgomery?
I move for approval of RZ 21-4, PP 21-4, PSP 21-2, rezoning, preliminary plat, and preliminary site plan approval for 5700 King Townhomes located at 5700 King Street, subject to staff conditions, and accepting the reduced side yard setback of 2 feet and the parking as proposed.
Commissioner Nunick? Any further discussion on this item? Not all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Next, thank you and appreciate the developers' work to make this a much better design that's agreeable to the residents. Welcome. Next item on the agenda is PUD 21-3, Creekside Ridge located at 6300 block of Silver Hill Street, Plan Unit Development.
Good evening, Mark Zilsdorf with City Planning staff. Tonight's project, the applicant proposes to construct a new multifamily residential development on approximately 33.1 acres. The applicant seeks approval of a rezoning and a preliminary development plan. The rezoning request is from PUDMR and PI to PUDMR, and the proposed plan includes 146 units, residential units in 36 townhome style buildings. As you can see on this project location map, subject site is located in west central Shawnee. It's located east of K7 Highway between Clear Creek Parkway and Shawnee Mission Parkway in the 6300 block of Silver Hill. The site is comprised of 4 separate parcels, and the site is undeveloped and predominantly open grassland with some mature trees along the perimeter of the property. An overhead transmission line and open drainage channel traverses the site. Just to give you a little bit of history of this site, in 2002, a preliminary development master plan for the Gray Oaks development was submitted, and that included the area that was bounded by K7 Highway to the west, Johnson Drive to the north, Monticello Road to the east, and then this subject property along the south side. The master plan included single-family residential, assisted living, office and commercial uses, an elementary school site, public park ground, and multifamily townhomes. The subject property is outlined in the bright yellow, less the 6.5 acres that is included in this particular property, as you can see here to the south. So the subject property, less than 6.2 acres, was included in the master plan and conceptually was shown with 240 townhome units on it. In 2004, a rezoning request from R1 to PUDMR was approved for the subject property. again, less the south 6.2 acres, for 188 townhome units on 26.9 acres. This project was never developed. However, the PUD MR zoning with the 188 unit development plan is still binding. The property is zoned PUD-MR, as I said, and then the southern 6.2 acres is zoned PI, planned industrial. As you can see on the left graphic here, the city's future land use map within the comprehensive plan designates the subject site as medium density residential. The city's comprehensive plan defines medium density residential uses as 5 to 10 dwelling units per acre. This particular development has an overall density of 4.4 dwelling units per acre. Just for reference, the 2002 plan of the master plan had a density of 8.9 dwelling units per acre, and the still valid 2005 plan has a density of 7.0. And again, just for comparison, the adjacent Woodland Park subdivision, single family subdivision to the southeast, is at about 3.5 dwelling units per acre. This, as I stated earlier, the subject property is zoned PUD-MR and PI, and the rezoning request is to rezone the entire property to PUD-MR. For development standards for PUD-MR SMC 17.54, attached, semi-detached, or multifamily dwellings, townhomes, and condominium dwellings are permitted use within this zoning district, and the proposed development meets the requirements of SMC 17.54. The proposed project is in general conformance with the future land use guide of the city's comprehensive plan. It is also in general conformance with the overall master development plan of 2002 and the approved rezoning and preliminary development plan of 2005. It is of the same residential use and character, but with a different layout, less overall units, and more acreage. At 4.4 dwelling units per acre, it has a density below what is suggested in the comprehensive plan for medium density residential and is more in line with the adjacent low density residential developments to the north and to the south. As I stated earlier, the applicant proposes to construct a new multifamily development, residential development. The development plan includes 146 residential units and 36 attached townhome type buildings. It also includes a clubhouse, a pool, site landscaping, off-street parking, and other related site improvements. The rezoning request contains 3.1 acres and provides a land area of 9,875 square feet for each dwelling unit, which exceeds the 4-acre district area and the 2,800 square feet per unit area that is required. The proposed development meets or exceeds all required setbacks for the zoning district. As per city code, the site requires 292 parking stalls. This particular plan provides for 2-car garages for each residential unit and a driveway to accommodate 2 parking spaces, which would be 4 stalls per residential unit. In addition, the plan provides for 54 off-street parking spaces and 27 spaces in the clubhouse parking lot. So for a development that requires 292 required parking spaces, the applicant is proposing 665 parking spaces. Access to the site will be from 2 commercial entrances on Silver Hill. There will be no access from 64th Street or Anderson Street. All vehicular circulation interior to the site will be private access drives. Other than the required turnaround at the north end of Anderson Street, which will be a public street, all other roadways will be privately owned and maintained. As far as landscaping, the applicant did provide a very preliminary landscape plan for the development. The submitted landscape plan indicates the basic layout to show street tree and open space tree requirements. a final detailed landscape plan, including a plant schedule with species, size, and number to be planted, building foundation plantings, as well as tree preservation plans shall be submitted with the final development plan. This particular plan will include 6 different building types. They will be of a ranch and 2-story design construction, and will include a mix of duplex, 4-plex, and 6-plex plans. The 36 buildings will consist of 9 duplexes, 17 4-plexes, and 10 6-plex buildings. Most of the buildings will be slab-on-grade construction, although a few of the buildings may have basements to fit within the site's topography. 146 residential units will consist of 28 1-bedroom units, 82 2-bedroom units, and 36 3-bedroom units. And this graph here just kind of shows the different building types as they're located throughout the site. And then the table on there, I don't know if you can read it, but it's included in your staff report. It gives a breakdown of the bedroom and unit counts within the different building types. As far as the building elevations are concerned, these images here show the building elevations of the front elevations for each of the 6 buildings, including the clubhouse. The top image here is of the clubhouse. The second one's of a duplex. Then the 4-plexes. And as you can see on the lower one, here's the 6-plex units of both the single-story and then some with the 2-story units. And also see on some of these with the stepped foundation allows the breakup of the roof lines. Exterior building materials consist of cultured stone and LP smart side engineered wood in lap and vertical siding styles with a wood grain texture. The color palette does consist of 3 different color schemes as indicated here. And then these are just some artist renderings that the applicant has provided just to kind of give you a look and feel of what the project would look like. As you can see, a mixture of the single-story ranch style units and then some with the 2-story mixed in. Here's another one, including a section of the clubhouse with the pool and then some of the units across the street. As far as conformance with the design guidelines, the project is in general conformance with the city's multifamily residential design standards and is listed within your staff report. They meet several of those requirements, including new landscaping, preservation of existing trees, private streets to be maintained by the owner. I just noticed there was a typo in the staff report today. It's maintained by the owner, not marinated by the owner. So. Adequate off-street parking and garage parking, adequate public safety equipment access, the use of quality, durable, and time-tested materials, varying roof lines, front facade projections, and stone on front elevations, architectural shingles, site and residential amenities as per the family amenity policy, and a storm refuge area for residents. That being said, staff does have some concern and has expressed this concern to the applicant in regards to a couple of design elements. The first one being the quality 4-sided architectural design. The applicant is using a high quality and durable cultured stone product and 4-sided architecture on the clubhouse. The stone covers approximately 50% of the 4 sides. The residential units have stone on the front elevations, with coverage ranging between 28 and 56% of the front elevations. The remainder of the structures are covered in the smart lap and smart panel siding. While the smart panel or equivalent type siding is an acceptable siding product, The amount of it and lack of other building materials to provide variety and interest is lacking in staff's opinion. That said, the applicant has worked very well with staff throughout the design process to provide more variation in the architectural design. They have added a two-story design to the mix of the predominantly ranch-style buildings. They have provided step foundations to break up the facade and the roof line. They have provided additional gables and a wider variety of color and materials, including stone, to the front facades. That being said, staff still has some concerns with the garage dominant appearance on the front elevations and the lack of architectural detail on the side and rear elevations. The side and rear elevations, as shown on this particular graphic, are flat with little variation in facade projections or design elements. Staff would like to see additional architectural interest included on the side and rear of the other buildings. So one of the open items for the discussion of the Planning Commission tonight is to discuss and determine whether architectural elevations, particularly those on the side and rear, meet the general intent of the multifamily design standards. And we can talk about that when you get into discussions item. As far as the project amenities, as I indicated earlier, the project amenities meet the multifamily amenity policy. This development includes a clubhouse with a party room, a leasing office, co-work spaces, fitness center, includes an outdoor grilling and eating terrace, and it has a swimming pool and lounge area. We'll also provide a multi-sport court for basketball and pickleball games and has a covered mail kiosk. The clubhouse will have a full basement to serve as a storm refuge room. And then the plan overall provides ample open space and they are proposing to save and or restoring over a third of the site as native vegetation. As far as the preliminary plat that was submitted with the development plan, the preliminary plat contains 33.1 acres and consists of one lot. All the bulk requirements and setback requirements for the preliminary plat have been met. This project has been reviewed by our transportation engineer, our development engineering staff, and our fire staff. And all those items have been found to be acceptable at this stage of the design process. I will say that as far as the transportation review, the applicant did have an engineer prepare a traffic impact study for this development. The purpose of the study was to develop trip generation estimates, distribute the proposed trips across the roadway network, and determine if roadway improvements were needed to handle additional traffic volume from the development. And in summary, it was found that the existing roadway network has adequate capacity to absorb the additional traffic from the proposed development. And while some pavement markings near 64th Street and Silver Hill will need to be modified to allow for a left turn lane into the development, no additional roadway improvements will be required. The city has established the 5 priority pillars. They created a strategic vision called Imagine Shawnee that we kind of measure up all projects coming for the city. We measure them up against the 5 pillars of the strategic vision. This particular project aligns with priority pillar number 1, which is to attract diverse housing to meet the needs of a growing city. And they met that under the milestones of develop a mix of housing options to serve a broad range of households and income levels. The other milestone was to revitalize needed areas with infill housing developments, and then also to integrate multifamily housing into existing developments. This particular plan provides a variety of multifamily unit options, including ranch and 2-story designs that currently do not exist in Shawnee west of 435. The applicant indicates their community will provide high-quality housing options in a variety of floor plans and price ranges with ample amenities, open space, and a sense of community for the average workforce citizens who choose not to be homeowners. The proposed use and plan are in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan and compatible with adjacent land uses. As far as staff's recommendation, this particular item will require a public hearing. But with that, staff recommends approval of the project. We recommend approval of project PUD 21-03, rezoning from PUD-MR and PI to PUD-MR, and preliminary development plan for Creekside Ridge located in the 6300 block of Silver Hill, subject to the 8 conditions as listed within your staff report. That concludes staff's presentation on this item.
Mark, is the applicant present? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
I don't click a button on this one. So thank you, Kevin Tubasing, 5000 Haskins, Shawnee, Kansas. And I think the one thing we drew out of the staff report is that we do not have a parking problem. So hopefully we can kind of move beyond that one. So I apologize. I took some notes on this one because this is complicated, and we have a lot of history here, and I kind of want to make sure I don't kind of lose my thoughts. So I'm pushing the buttons. So hold on a second. There we go. Sorry about the presentation. So number one, this is a great product, and I really think that you're going to love watching this come out of the ground and be available in our community. Diversity of housing is one of the keys of any metro area's success. This product is new to Kansas City, but it's found in every larger market and most smaller markets throughout the United States. Kansas City has always been dominated by local home builders. We all know that, and usually small shops. And they could afford to build for sale, single family detached housing, one home after another as they kind of work their way through a subdivision, got refinanced by each sale, et cetera. After the Great Recession, people looked for a different type of housing option that lowered their risk of housing and provided them with more flexibility. These residents could afford to buy a house, but they chose to rent in a quality development. These residents created a new category in real estate that we call renter by choice. This market demand has opened the door to larger national developers that are now bringing these products to Kansas City. Renters by choice enjoy many flexibilities not found by homeowners, such as a steady, non-wavering monthly housing expense, not burdened by repairs that are costly in both time and money. This confidence provides residents in a renter by choice community greater flexibility for personal property purchases or to spend their time and their money doing experiences such as restaurants or even travel. This flexibility provides many of our senior residents with the ability to what we call lock and leave. For stress-free travel to grandkids and fun destinations, knowing that their home is in the good care of the property owners and managers. Stark Enterprises from Cleveland, Ohio is such an owner that has developed, owned, and managed residential properties for over 40 years. They are good neighbors. There's no worrying about the neighbor that does not mow their grass or upkeep their property, similar to one of the questions you had in the last hearing. All aspects of this property will be owned, managed, and cared for by Stark. I know there's always, I'm just going to throw this out there because everybody's like, okay, it's rental, and this whole Section 8 thing always comes up. Let me just get this out of the way. Stark is a great capitalist firm in the great vein of the United States of America, and they will be charging the highest possible market rents. Okay. So let's talk about history of this property a little bit. You got a brief of it from the staff. The larger tract to the north is zoned and approved for 188 units, 3-story, multifamily development. The city approvals of which are, per the staff report, still binding. Still binding. Our plan is to lower the unit count to 146 units, eliminate all 3rd-story floors from the entire development that were approved in the prior plan, and to regrade much of the property so that our homes will actually sit below the grade of Woodland Park, for example. Mark, do you have the sectional that I emailed you? You bring up? I'll keep going while you dig it up. I had the pleasure of meeting with the Woodland Park HOA. and the entire community 3 times and moved through as we moved through the planning process. We received the input and made changes to accommodate their concerns. As you know, it is rare for the supporters of a project to show up during a 3-hour planning commission meeting. But I can attest, and hopefully some of the members that are supportive are here today, that the HOA board is supportive of this, as is the majority of the community that I met with, I think it was just last week. This project brings a home product that is, again, not seen in Kansas City. It is called single family attached, to clarify the contrast between single family detached, which is what you'll see in Woodland Park and in Gray Oaks. This is not apartments. Most of our homes are single story. The rest of them are 2-story, many of which the 2 stories were integrated at the request of the city to break up the single story roof lines that we've discussed. The design materials of our single family homes are very similar or exceed the homes in Gray Oaks to our north. Typical to the home design in Shawnee and Johnson County, we have exceeded city standards by wrapping our stone around the sides of our buildings, which is not just the fascia, and are using a durable smart board on the sides and the rear, just like the homes in Gray Oaks do. And we can pull up a Google Maps street view of the homes in that area to demonstrate if you'd like. So on homes that face the streets, we have added windows and shutters to enhance the light into the unit and for the curb appeal to the street. Also, with all the public streets between Anderson homes, so Anderson is, well, you can't see it on that map. So Anderson is the Woodland Park street that is immediately east. And the important part about this, and Mark, can I mouse this? I don't know if I can mouse that or not. You all see this? This is Anderson right here. Okay. So what as you see there, what we did is we Anderson, just for everybody's clarity, was supposed to go through and integrate to the multifamily community to the north. Okay. In order to not do that, because we didn't think it was a great idea, and I don't think city staff did either, we bought the land to the east in order to accommodate all the fire requirements of 2 ways in, 2 ways out. All right. So we didn't have to do that, but that's what we did in order to accommodate this, in order to, and then to bring and to lower the unit count down that would have packed that northern area, which is what you'd seen on all your prior plans. So along the all of the public streets, Silver Heel, and the street that comes in and out of Woodland Park there, we're going to provide, and you won't see it again to the final plan, I'm sorry, but that's not when it's due, and so that's when we'll provide it. But we will provide heavy 4-season landscaping. So the homes on Anderson that back up to us, all along that barrier, and all along all public streets, we will have heavy 4-season landscaping that it'll be very difficult to even see our buildings, frankly. And frankly, if you ever, I'm sure some of you actually drove Silver Heel right now, especially the homes that are over on, if you will, the west side as you come around Silver Heel, there's already a massive tree line. You're gonna barely see through it anyway. This is another element that I was just kind of mentioning before. You can't see the line real well, unfortunately, on these monitors, but what you're basically seeing is how low, let me see here, I'm trying to get the picture. I can't even see the building, Mark, can you? Is this the one I emailed you the other day? I think this is a different one than the one I emailed you guys. Yeah, can you bring up the one that I emailed you the other day? Okay, it's just a much better graphic is all. And maybe it gives you a much better perspective as they're finding that. All right, so Kansas City, as I think some of you know, is at the highest housing crisis in our history. Part of this is because we have relied so heavily on single-family detached housing as really one of the only available products. This project, single-family attached housing, is needed in our community. It is difficult. It is a difficult site loaded with extremely hard topography, power lines, and loads of stormwater that come cruising through the middle of it. With over 1/3 of the site as green space, as both an amenity as well as a buffer to our neighbors, I just think that everybody should kind of look at this thing as a project that really should occur here. Mark, if you got that up. I think it was a response to your packet. If you want to find your packet email to me. One thing I'll point out while Mark's trying to pull that up. So the southern tract, if you will, is planned industrial. I think everybody needs to like think about that and reflect a bit on it. Because the reality is, should a project like this not be approved? The reality is that the old plan, which had much higher density of which again is still in effect, and then this southern piece is zoned industrial. And when you're zoned industrial, of course, you have a very strong right granted by our police powers, as we call them in the city, to actually perform that activity. I don't think a lot of us actually expect that would be a great idea there. But the reality is that if this actually can't go this direction, to this very low density single story single family attached that occurs, what other choices there going to be, except for to put an industrial project there? Mark, would you like me to try to pull it up somehow? How would I display that once I did? That's gonna be the fun part. Or you want me to email it back to you right now? Would that work? Okay, let's see what I can find here. Got it. Pull it up. Sorry, folks. Is that all right? What it shows, I'm sorry, what it shows is that the Woodland Park homes, look at the rooftops of the properties to the west. So, sorry, thank you. That's all I have.
Kevin, just one last item. Are you in agreement with the staff's recommendation and conditions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Any questions for the staff or the applicant? Let's go with Commissioner Montgomery first this time.
Hey, Kathy. Couple quick questions. I use that trail to the north of the creek and it's beautiful. And it doesn't look like you're going to be clearing trees along the north side, but I just want to confirm that.
Absolutely not. No.
And second question is, can you speak to staff's concerns, which I share about the architectural and design elements not kind of being lacking? And
let me, can I get into Google Maps? Can you get into Google Maps, or can one of us get into Google Maps?
I'm not sure that's relevant to this.
Oh, I was just trying to show what we're trying to do is I was demonstrating that we are actually meeting standards that are identical to that of our neighbors. So, I mean, yes, I do understand what you are saying as far as the fact that we're not wrapping stone around the entire building and whatnot. But remember that the vast majority of the property, per the site plan, we're backing up to 400, 500, 600 feet of trees and creek before, between us and our neighbors. And the backs of our homes will be identical to the backs of the homes that we're facing. I mean, so I think that we're building, if we were to wrap the entire property in stone and whatnot, I think what we're doing at that point is moving from a market rate product to an extremely expensive product, which is going to just make it harder for people to, have a place to live.
are there any more? It sounded like there was some alterations as there's back and forth with the staff. Is that done, or is there continuing? Could there be any more?
We have completed our designs, and part of this was in conjunction, which I know is not a planning commission issue, but we have talked to the city. There's a process where we can get a sales tax exemption on construction materials in order to increase the amount of money we can put in, because we're not paying it on sales tax. Luckily, in Good, Better, and Different in Shawnee, we don't really have builder grades construction supplies, so it doesn't affect the city books at all. But what it does is it allows us to get that sales tax exemption and to take that, six-figure dollar amount and put it into the facade changes that we have. Again, one thing that I just want to be clear about, this is extremely hard topography. We're putting millions of dollars just to flatten the land enough to build on it.
Commissioner Peterson?
Developer, maybe city. He's already addressed the back face, but Anderson no longer going through. If we rezone this, we've had several projects in the last few weeks where there was a street that was stubbed and then needed to go through. Do we say Anderson's done, it's going to be a cul-de-sac, it's no longer going through with this rezoning? Because I'd really like to not have to deal with that again.
I'm actually going to have one question, one answer on that, because we also represent the landowner. So that's the fun part of this thing. The reality is that if this project doesn't go through, the prior project will be built, which will require Anderson to go through, because that's the only way we can get the 2 ways in, 2 ways out for fire.
Clarification, if we approve this and it goes up the ladder and gets approved,
We'll hammerhead Anderson as we promised, and it'll be turned.
okay, so that's all wrapped up in the same deal, that Anderson will then stop. But if it doesn't go all the way up to Anderson, then we're going back with.
Right. Yes.
Commissioner Willoughby?
Kevin,
Yes, sir.
just curious about the turnaround. Why
Anderson?
And why wouldn't it just be a bulb, you know?
It was a discussion. We don't care.
Yeah.
It was kind of a discussion between us and engineering, and that's what, they came up
Is
with.
it cheaper to do that?
I don't think it's cheaper to do that, sir.
No.
Mark had a comment on that.
I just wanted to clarify Commissioner Peterson's question. The current plan that is binding has a through street with a gate. It was gated with fire department access only. That was one of the requirements of the existing plan it is today. There was a through street, but had a gate across it that only fire department could access in emergency situations. This new plan does not have the through street. It just has a turnaround at the north end of Anderson. Since Anderson now would no longer, with this new plan, would no longer permanently be going through, we have to permanently terminate it in some fashion. So we either do that with a cul-de-sac, which with this particular plan, a cul-de-sac takes up a lot of room and a lot of area, and it would require, with the power lines there and the existing trees, it would likely take out some of the existing trees that help screen the two properties. So
I think it was also considered, Mark, if I recall, it was considered the cul-de-sac would likely have higher use, which we're trying to avoid, than the hammerhead,
yes,
which would have lower use. And I think that's what we were trying to do for the folks on Anderson.
that is a good point. Yes. So that's why we chose to go with the hammerhead style design.
Commissioner Nenick?
Clarification. I think the key that maybe what Commissioner Peterson's asking is that it's permanent. I think the word that you use is the key, is that
it is permanent.
Very familiar with a couple situations where there's a street that ends in a subdivision and there's private property on the other side that is not developed, and then it goes through with the misconception that it was never. The key is that this does not ever go through.
The hammerhead is the permanent termination of the north end of Anderson Street.
Just clarify.
Commissioner Wallingham?
I have a question for the applicant. I'm familiar with this area, and this is a great map here. You can see there's a lot of the schools in the area are just to the east of your property. And obviously there'll be quite a few children living in this development.
Right.
Is there a way for them to go directly out the east side of the property and get into the school grounds or this trail so that they can walk to school essentially?
We explored putting another pedestrian bridge over Clear Creek with the city. I'm not saying that idea is dead, but it would have to probably come out of the excise tax, structure or whatnot. But or another way of paying for it. We just don't. The problem is it's a $300,000 bridge, and that's. There presently is a neighborhood and a pedestrian bridge that would go through the Woodland Park subdivision for those kids. They'd have to come to Silver Heel and then walk across the street. By any means that we have provided them, no. I'm sorry. That's the way I can probably answer that.
So it seems like that would be a great addition for an area like this to have access to the neighborhood to the east so that the children wouldn't have to go all the way around.
And I think that because the neighborhood is adjoined to Silver Heel and West 64th Street, and the West 64th Street is adjoined to the walking trail that crosses Clear Creek.
Mhm.
That would be there. Mark, if you could move it up so that thing is not blocking us. Just go up a little bit, show the south more. There you go. Sir, do you see where 64th and Silver Hill come into a tip?
Yep.
Right there. So all the kids would do is would come through the subdivision to there. And then as you go east on 64th Street, there is a walking trail across the creek.
I see that. So at where you've got Anderson Stubb, I was thinking that would be a great place to have a sidewalk accessing your development.
It just wasn't our intention to have that kind of pedestrian traffic put through Anderson Street.
Print your name and address legibly on the notepad and state your name and address for the record, please.
All right, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for at least listening to us, maybe taking in our concerns and, maybe having an effect on this whole project. My name is David Jackman. I live at 6320 Anderson. My wife was also involved in this little thing that I'm going to read here. So we've done a little research on things that were told us at our HOA meeting with the developer spokesperson. He advised us that Stark Enterprises was the company that would be maintaining and managing this property, and that they were familiar with this type of project. He assured us that we would want them as our neighbors. We spoke with the office assistant at Stark Enterprises, and this is the first project of this kind. They have done apartment buildings in the past, but no multifamily homes up to this point. We also pulled reviews for Stark Enterprises, and here are some of the comments we found. Lived here twice. First 2 years was great, was clean. Tenants were screened and the place was nice. Moved back a year later, place slowly went downhill. Break-ins are up, riffraff starting to be let in. Security gates haven't worked for almost a year. Other complaints. The walls were super thin, pool not maintained, film floating on it. Furnace filters and smoke detectors not maintained. Management does not return calls in a timely manner. We also have 12 pages of other comments if you guys would like to, read more on those. There's some misleading information, I think, given out. For example, we were told that our Woodland Park has 3.9 homes per acre. They are proposing 4.4 homes per acre, which is not necessarily a true fact because they are using the total project area versus the usable area. There are overhead lines across the property that hinder the building to these homes. So the acreage should not be used in the calculations. Also, there is a separate plat of land to the west of Woodland Park, which is approximately usable acreage, 5.5. They are proposing 36 units and 2 streets to be put on this proportion. This calculates to 6.5 units per acre. You guys didn't get that 6.5. That's stuffing them in there. For that area, not the 4.4 that they were trying to say. Other misleading info is the distance between our property line and that the area of west of Woodland Park at our HOA meeting were told to us at first it was 175 feet from our line of our back duplex, or from our line of property line to the back of their duplex to the east. Then that changed to 50 foot. Looking at the paperwork, it states now 43.54 from our property line to the back of the duplex. So if we're supposed to have a peripheral boundary of 30 foot, our tree line that they said they would not cut down, this doesn't add up. It would mean the duplexes only have approximately 8 foot backyards. Somewhere the math doesn't work. There appears to be a retaining wall that will divide our property. And what marker will this be at? How many feet out? It should be the 30 foot. For an example of a 30 foot, I walked it off. From here to that door is 30 foot. That's my property line to that wall. That's what we're going to be seeing. So also, who is the responsible one for the upkeep of the property that's in between the wall and our property? How high will the wall be? We saw 10 to 13 foot on the paperwork. Paperwork also shows there is a channel that is going to be enclosed. What does that consist of? Will this cause water leakage, damage down the road? How do you just enclose a natural channel? Why enclose it? Why not keep this as green space? Due to the channel, pond, stream, and creek that are all around this area, this is the same area that mentioned earlier that is only approximately 5.5 acres that they want to cram 36 units and 2 streets into, literally putting them on top of our backyards. The traffic study. Did they do this traffic study on a holiday or during a summer when kids weren't in school? Did they take into consideration the new 440 unit apartment complex that will be sharing these same roads off of Clear Creek Parkway? I'm not sure how they came to the conclusions. Out of 88 units to the east side, they're saying only 31 of those owners will leave their home in the morning peak hours. And out of the total of 146 units, only 53 people will leave in that same peak time. That is way less than half the percent of people. These are mostly 1 and 2 bedroom units. And for those people they have to have jobs in order to leave. So do you think they will be getting to work? How do you think they'll be getting to work? Giving the unrealistic numbers is misleading to the Shawnee residents, you on the planning committee, and to everyone involved in this process. Also, the entrance into the west side of the 64th is a traffic hazard. We have seen many car accidents there, including one that flipped over into the pond. So I'm not sure where this traffic study was done, but someone sitting at our stop sign would see that this dangerous area and add another turn and off of would make it worse. With all that being said about the property lines and how many times we have refigured school boundaries, my daughter went to 4 elementary schools up through 5th grade, and we never moved out of this house. No kid should have to go through boundary changes that much. And that is on the planning commission for not planning ahead. Think about the schools before doing these projects. We understand this property is going to be used for something. Why not work it out with the residents and make the best of the situation? Keep the green space to the west of Woodlands and/or move the pool and clubhouse over to this area. And keep all the green space surrounding it and have only one street going into this area and a lot further away from the property lines without any housing units in this area. Proper street lighting and parking lighting would be needed to utilize to keep lights out of our windows, but it would be better than housing units back there. 36 housing units back there. This conserves green space, makes Woodland Park residents happier, and the developers still get most of what they want done in their project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this item? Just come forward and print your name on a notepad and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Deborah Hogue. I live at 6301 Anderson, right at the end of Anderson, where this all is starting. And yes, Mr. Tubising, I'm still alive, if you remember me from last time. First of all, I'd like to say that owning a single family home is not a disgraceful thing. And I'm proud that I own a home, and I try to take care of my home, and I'm happy that I can have it. So I'm very protecting of what I've worked for. I've lived in this house for almost 30 years. And I understand, as I said, I'm old and times are changing. And I understand that people are wanting different kinds of housing, but I don't want this to ruin what I've worked for 30 years, to have the equity in my home shot because of something that's going to be right next to me. So with that being said, I will try not to be very prejudiced, but Mr. Jackman is correct. We have been told things that were not true. Personally, I believe from Mr. Stark, came to the street one day and spoke with me and a couple of the neighbors, told us it was going to be a gated community, told us that they were going to rent for $1,400 a month, which to me is not high end, that they would be luxury townhomes. I also saw in this plan that the sixplexes and everything were kind of comparable to what's going on out here. Well, I took a little drive because I've lived here for 30 years and I'm thinking, where's there a sixplex out here? Well, I found one in Woodland Townhomes. They boast their luxury. They are by any means not luxury. They have no amenities. I know people that have moved in there and moved out really fast. There's a lot of crime in there. They're the only sixplexes that I could find. I went down K7, ventured into Lenexa right there at 87th, at that new subdivision. I went all Willow Ridge, all of them around here. I could not find any other sixplexes. My house, if you can bring up the map there, I live like right on the corner at the end of the dead end. So when I look out my dining room window now, I'm going to be looking at the back of 2 sixplexes. From the drawings, I have to agree, they are very architecturally unappealing. There is nothing interesting about them. So I'm not going to be seeing the front of these lovely places. The only people that are going to be seeing them are the people that are living in there. The other people are going to see the substandard side of all this. That's the problem I have. I feel like they have enough room that they could maybe move the sixplexes to the backside where they're not facing the single family homes. I'm not the only one that lives along that tree line either that's going to be seeing this. So I mean, I know they're going to build them, and I've come to terms with that, but I would still like to see something that is going to be pleasant and pleasing that I'm going to be proud to live next to. And the way they look right now, I just don't see that side looking like anything I'm going to take people out and go, oh, look at these beautiful townhomes next to me. You know, look at these sixplexes. That's a lot. A sixplex is not everywhere. And I just feel like if they want to have them, put them on the tree line where nobody's going to be looking at that many families crammed into one building. I mean, I have a lot on my mind, but I'm not going to bore you guys because it's my bedtime. But I really wish that there would be a little bit more. The townhomes, the fourplexes, they were nice. The ones I looked at around the area, some of them had really nice balconies. And I mean, they were nice looking, and I thought, well, I wouldn't mind looking at those. But these plans show nothing like that. They're just blah. And you know, the sixplex, there's plenty of tree line on the other side. Put two fourplexes back there. I don't find those, you know, too unappealing. And I just feel like being in the community, and this guy was telling me how they cared about the community and everything. And, you know, then we find out he's not even telling us the truth about everything. He mentioned nothing about sixplexes when he talked to us. And so now here we are. And, you know, I'm concerned about the upkeep, you know, after hearing all that, you know, some of these out of town developers, you know, these places look wonderful when they build them. Well, you know, 7 or 8 years down the road, are they going to still be around, or are they going to sell them to somebody that doesn't care about them anymore because they're old and they're not brand new? So I appreciate you staying awake. The last time we did this, 2 of the board members slept through the whole thing. So, and you were on that board, but you were awake. So I do appreciate you listening and hearing our side, because, you know, it is personal. You know, when you've lived somewhere for 30 years and, you know, we knew they were going to build something, but I would like to add that when I bought my home, I bought it because J.C. Nichols owned it and they were going to build single family homes over there. So I thought, great neighbors, you know, this is going to be great. Well, so this is a far cry from what I thought I was investing in. So I would like to see you guys protect my investment. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would wish to speak on this item? Yes, please come forward and state your name and address for the record, and please record it also on the notepad.
Kathleen Gerhard, and I'm 22403 West 58th Terrace in Shawnee. And I would just like to add to what the 2 folks that have already been up here. I live in Gray Oaks. We didn't know anything about any of this. It was nice that the developer talked to Woodland Park, where my daughter lives. We moved to that area of Shawnee because it was quiet, it was nice, it had great parks, and we could walk the dogs, we could just, you know, be with our neighbors. It's something about the atmosphere of a place. And maybe, you know, I know you guys, a lot of you people are business people, you want to develop Shawnee. You want people to come in, you want them to spend money, and that's a great thing. But there's a point at which you get too many people packed in too small of an area with a lot of traffic, and it's not supportable. What you're trying to achieve is a quiet community where people can live, know their neighbors, and feel safe. Now, I'm not going to say that everybody who lives in a duplex or triplex is somebody that we have to worry about that are going to, you know, steal cars or whatever. I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about the packing of people into certain areas, and it destroys the value of the area and why people move there. In fact, my husband and I, when we saw the whole thing, we saw that Rod Rock was selling, because we're in the higher end of Gray Oaks, which we really like. We're on a cul-de-sac. Neighbors are great, love the place. My daughter's over in Woodland. She loves it over there. When I saw that, I thought, oh my gosh, you guys are going to pour more people in. And then I also agree with the traffic study. I travel Silver Hill all the time, and that place gets packed. And a lot of times the teenagers come around that curve, which is kind of scary to me. And I'm thinking, oh, you're going to have another place where people are going to have to turn in. There's just too many issues here that I hope you guys will consider. Because it's not just about trying to serve the community and have plenty of places where people could live. If you want a sexplex or whatever. Okay, maybe those places are better put along the highway, the freeway, someplace where everybody realizes, okay, there's lots of traffic here. We're going to have a lot of noise. There's lots of cars behind us. So they put up all these apartment buildings and triplexes and sexplexes or whatever. But in our neighborhood, it's got a feel. And the feel is quiet, and the feel is safe, and the feel is neighborly. And when I think about the idea of piling all these people in there and their renters, I was kind of wondering why you guys didn't go for single family homes back in there. Because that would fit more with the community, with what we have there, and the walking trails and everything. But my first thought was maybe I need to move farther west. And that would be, I really would hate to have to do that, and I don't want to go on and on about it, but I wish you all would think about that when you're making these decisions about what to put where. That community really does not lend itself to that many people in that small of a place. And like I say, I think they need to do another traffic study, because as far as I can tell, those roads are filling up pretty fast. And when you're looking at all the 200 cars or whatever are going to be traveling in addition to what's already there, I really do, as the other two folks mentioned, I really would hope that you guys would give this some thought about the number of people and kind of the whole atmosphere of trying to keep the atmosphere and of the place, and why all of us are living there to begin with. I appreciate you listening. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? Yes, please come forward. State your name and address for the record, and please record your name and address on the notepad.
All right. Justin Walker, 22412 West 64th Street. I really hadn't planned on speaking up here, but you had said something that really caught my attention. One of my main concerns is 64th Street. If you look at where all this development is going, 64th Street will become a main thoroughfare. It's already highly traveled. Many times I'm coming home from work, I turn on Monticello, I turn left into 64th Street behind other people, and those people cut right through to Silver Hill. It's an easier way to get through. Now, we already have approved development on the other side of 7 Highway, the Clear Creek development, hundreds. And with this one as well, if any of these people want to get to Mill Valley, want to get to any of the grade schools over there, or even Starbucks, the easiest way is to cut through 64th Street. Now, I have a kid who plays on there with other kids on that street. It is fast. It's dangerous. It's scary. And that was one of my main concerns. But what you had said was, is there any way to get these children to these elementary school areas over here? And I hate to be possessive about this, but you're basically suggesting that they come into Woodland Park subdivision, go down to our playground area and cross that bridge. Our dues just went up. We're paying for that equipment. We're paying for that park. And you're inviting this whole area now to use our area. And I hate to be possessive about it, but this is our subdivision. I'm not saying I don't want to share. I know that's terrible, but I hate to see them coming down Anderson Street. No sidewalk on Anderson Street. Is there a sidewalk? I'm sorry. Coming down sidewalk on Anderson Street, filing down there, coming through Woodland Park, through our playground area, and have them have that their main way to school every day. I just don't understand how the studies can show that 64th Street is not highly impacted by the number of people we're throwing in here. And not just this area, but the other one, the other Clear Creek development across 7 Highway. It's going to impact Woodland Park. It's going to impact, and I live on 64th Street. My house backs up. I will see the development too. Not as much as Anderson Street, but this takes away my open space. I know it's not about me. I would not have chose this house. If this was here, I would not be living in Woodland Park. And I could probably say the same for all of you. And like I said, I didn't plan on speaking up here today, but that frightens me. If that's what we're going to do, if you want to put a sidewalk in through Woodland Park so they can get through and access, and on top of the traffic on 64th Street, I'm scared about it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Not, we would move to commission discussion. If I could though, Mark, if you could perhaps clarify how we calculate dwelling units per acre. I know there was reference that perhaps is miscalculated. So
Density, how do they calculate?
Yeah, density, yes.
Basically, with density, we calculate the total area of the project against the total number of units. So whether they're concentrated in one area or not, we look at the entire project as a whole and its impact on the surrounding area.
Thank you for that clarification. Commission discussion? Commissioner Wongham?
I have a question for staff and maybe comment for the other commissioners. There's been several comments about the plainness of the rear elevations. And it sounds like that issue is not resolved. And it's something that will be resolved through ongoing discussions with staff. Could you elaborate on where we're going from here in terms of negotiating what those rear elevations look like? I have a couple of concerns there. Number one, I don't see any patio areas. I've looked through the city code. My understanding is in a duplex development, the rear area, there should be a patio provided with potentially some sort of screening so that the residents have a private area behind their units. And I'm not seeing anything except a plain wall behind there. And I'm wondering what is that going to look like in the final plans?
Sure. Mark Zilstorf, city planning staff. I can try and address that, and then we might let the applicant address that as well. We have worked with the applicant for the last several months to get to the point that we are today. Staff has we've had review meetings back and forth. The plan as it is today has come a long way from where it was to begin with. But the plan you see before you today is where we're at between what staff has suggested and what the applicant has provided. And that is why in the staff report, we have a open item for discussion, because staff's opinion is that we're not quite there yet. The applicant's opinion is they are where they want to be. So with that is why we have left this open for the Planning Commission to discuss if they feel that this is appropriate for the design of their buildings.
All units have patios. All patios are fenced. All properties are landscaped. I hate showing black and white 2D images because it just doesn't show what the property is going to look like. Can you bring up the renderings we did again? We can do more renderings, for the next round, but this is what the property looks like. And granted, we're showing you the fronts, but not the backs. I mean, granted, but again, I know this is new. I know that this is something that you and Kansas City and Leawood and Lenexa, no one's seen this before, right? Because these products are being built all over the United States, but they haven't been built in Kansas City. But there are 4 different developers bringing this product to Kansas City right now. We do a lot of land in the area, and that's, I'm telling you, that's what's coming. So these are single family homes. Just like there's a reason why in the category of single family, they talk about single family detached. That's what we always talk about. We talk about single family detached all the time. Well, there is actually single family attached, and that's what this is. All attached means is that within a single family home, you are attached to another single family home. Okay. And if you look at all of the standards throughout Johnson County and every single family resident, just about that's built in Shawnee, the sides and the backs are identical to what we're building. They're a very durable smart board. We put shutters on all the backs of all the windows, which you don't see. Go to any Gray Oaks home and tell me a shutter on the side or the back. So we're trying to upgrade the elevations. We wrapped the stone around the side of the building, so it's now on the sides. Not a ton, but I don't know, Mark, do you remember 3-4 feet, something like that? And if you look at our sixplexes again, that they're structured in 2, 2, and 2, and there'll be 3 different colors on each of those sixplexes. So we have patios, we fence, we landscape, and we color differential between any of those units. These are going to look great. And again, they will look identical to our Gray Oaks neighbors. And as a quick side part, Woodland Park was here before any of this was. So, they were here first, granted. Remember that this development at an extremely higher density has been on the books with Gray Oaks master plan from day one. Every single resident of Gray Oaks built their home and or moved in with this being a multifamily neighborhood. This is not a surprise. And this is the lowest density that we have ever seen. And I will tell you right now, I know land, I know development. This is the lowest density you will ever see in this land. It is expensive land with high topography and a very low density, which means they're taking all of that cost and putting it across 146 units. All you can do is change the math and put it into more units, which is why you will see that 3-story model come back, actually just get run through, given that it's already in effect.
Commissioner Nunnick.
Yeah, question. Just to clarify, the last comment you made has been made several times tonight, Kevin, by you as well as staff. When you say that if this doesn't go through, there is an already existing approved, so to speak, ready to go development that if this doesn't get done, that one's going to happen, or it is cleared to happen, I should say.
Mark Zilsdorf, City Planning Staff, I should clarify that. The property as it is now has an improved planned unit development, zoning, and development plan in place that was approved back in the early 2000s. That plan, if a developer came in today, that plan, they could come in and build that exact plan as it is approved. That doesn't mean somebody's out there waiting to do that. That plan is set out there idle for many years at this point in time. But the point is, somebody could come in, had Stark Enterprises come in and said, hey, we're going to build this exact plan, we wouldn't be here tonight. They would be coming in with building permit plans, a final plat, but building permit plans.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Could I add to that just for 1 second? The current plan, the current land is owned by Daryl Rodrock. Currently. He will develop this out.
I guess just to tie this all up, this has got a lot of variables to consider from the architecture to the traffic to the density, which ties into the traffic. I have to somewhat trust the city's understanding of the traffic patterns. The 64th Street, just looking at the map, looks like it already is a main, I shouldn't say main thoroughfare, but a main road based upon what's already there. I guess my comment somewhat in humor is how many kids actually walk to school these days. I can't imagine there's gonna be that many kids walking, but neither here nor there. So I hear what the residents are saying. The architectural thing does concern me. The point about this is what's being built, I do understand that, or it needs to be built. It's what's in demand. You can't literally go a day without listening to the news and understanding the housing shortage in this country. And that's everywhere. That's whether it's here, there, or small towns, big cities. So this is a tough one. The comment that Mark made is kind of really a critical one.
Thank you, Commissioner Nunnick. I do have a clarifying question for staff on this plan approval as a PUD. Is this a preliminary or will it need to come back for a final? It will.
This is a preliminary development plan at this stage.
Commissioner Willoughby.
Kevin, the preliminary landscape plan doesn't show, on the one that I have, doesn't show hardly any trees on the west side of Anderson, behind those homes on the west side of Anderson. And I thought earlier you indicated, you won't even see the backside of those buildings, from those houses, because we're going to put trees in there.
Yeah, and for two reasons. Number one, it sits 10 to 15 feet below grade of the Woodland Park homes, but we'll also heavily landscape it. The structure, the planning structure of Shawnee does not require a full-blown landscape plan in the preliminary plat plan. So we were just waiting to move through this particular element. When we come back and show you the final plat, you will see the full-blown structure that between Anderson Homes and us and all public streets, we will four-season heavily landscape everything. And we'll landscape everywhere else as well. But in those particular areas, we will put very dense four-season landscaping, evergreen trees, et cetera, if you will.
Okay, and another thing, other than those buildings, west of Anderson Street.
Yes, sir.
There isn't anything else, that's even close to.
Yeah, like on the north side, they're up to
space.
20 feet below grade of Woodland Park, to be honest.
So, to me, that whole thing about the backside of the architecture, the backside of the building.
I'm not going to see it.
You're not going to see it.
No, sir.
And so, yeah, I don't have a problem with it at all. With the architecture on the backside of the building as depicted.
Yes, sir.
All parts of the subdivision and the neighbors.
The topography rolls, of course. For example, over on the east side, again, I don't know if you want to pull up a Google Maps topography map, but it just drops, heavily. Those folks are like where that cul-de-sac is on the far east side. That is, I don't even know the number, but extremely below grade of everybody else, right?
What's the east?
Where the cul-de-sac is on the east, on the right, on that picture. But even the folks that are on Anderson that we've talked to here tonight, when the folks that live on the west side of Anderson look out their back window, they're going to at best look at the rooftops of those homes on to the west of them.
We're in commission discussion.
I will clarify, as was mentioned actually by one of the folks earlier, there is a retaining wall back there because we have to drop the grade in order to bring that whole area into level. That's why they'll be looking at the rooftops.
Any other
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Comments from the commission? And so, Stephanie, this being a preliminary remark, there will still be time to work out the details of the architecture on the backside between now and final.
Mark Silsworth, city staff, that is correct. If the planning commission gives direction that they want additional architecture on the back. So if the commission as a whole feels that the architecture as presented is not adequate and that you want to see more, then you would need to give that direction for the applicant to continue to enhance that architecture when they come back with a final development plan. The preliminary development plan kind of gives them, they provide enough information to basically make staff and the commission comfortable to move forward with the rezoning before they invest a whole lot of money in their final engineering, their final landscaping, that kind of thing. But conceptually, you guys need to know, I mean, the preliminary development plan will lay out the site layout, the architecture, those types of things.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson?
I just am in a quandary. I live in a house that was built roughly the late 80s, early 90s. It's 2-story. There is no design elements along the and back. It was board and batten. There's no stone. There's no shutters. There's no different to the pitch. And I understand that that's an older house. And no offense to neighbors that are looking at it. Where are we missing the design element? They have it on the sides. They have it on the front. So I'm missing the point of where we're missing it, because I look at the back of houses all the time and they don't have those things. So please clarify that for me.
I guess I would say that in our multifamily design guidelines, we strive for 4-sided architecture with quality, durable materials on all 4 sides, on all 4 elevations. In this particular case, staff did not feel comfortable with the amount of architectural detail on the side and rear elevations. If the commission as a whole feels that what they're presenting is adequate and meets those design guidelines, then that is up to the commission's discretion.
Can I ask for clarification? Is it quality or pretty?
I don't feel there's enough variety or visual interest with some offsets. It's just a flat plane. We look for design elements with, projections or insets, different materials, perhaps, design elements, architectural elements, those kind of things.
Any other comments from the commission? Commissioner Nanick?
So we've heard from the residents that it'll be very visible. We've heard from the applicant that it won't be visible. So I've got to go to the third party. And if you guys are not comfortable with answering, I understand. But based upon the design, not design from an architectural standpoint, but design of elevation and visibility from the neighbors, where do we stand on that? You can plead the fifth.
I don't know that I can provide you the answer you're looking for on that. I would say that in my experience, I think buildings are ultimately always more visible than what is made out to be. I just think those side and rear elevations that are interior to the site, as you drive by, you see them. In this particular case, obviously a lot of the units that are back on the far north and northeast side, you're not going to see a lot of those. But to say that you won't probably see the back elevations of those particularly those along Anderson, you're going to see those back elevations. There's no way you couldn't.
I guess my real quick question is it going to be any difference in the back elevations of the houses that are mirroring them?
No,
Not.
probably not.
That's a clarification question, though. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I guess what I'm hearing that I just want to make sure is clear. I mean, if we're going to have a 10-foot retaining wall on the homes behind Anderson, let's call the middle building. If those properties are therefore our floor print on a single-story building, all of our buildings that back up to the Anderson buildings are single-story. And the floor plate is 10 feet below the grade of their homes. Can you see each other? I mean, I think the answer is no. I mean, that's just a simple reality. And the same issue is going to occur to the north, such as the Anderson Hammerhead. Those properties are 10 to 15 feet below the grade of the floor plate of the Anderson homes on the north end there. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you'll never see the back of a house if you try real hard. You know, you can peek around the trees and and look all you want. But when you're just sitting in your home, you're not going to see the back of a house like that. Okay, to be fair.
I think that'd be a fair statement, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments from the commission? Discussion. Seeing none, would anybody care to make a motion on this item?
I move for approval of project PUD 21-3, rezoning from PUDMR planned unit development mixed residential and PI planned industrial to PUDMR planned unit development mixed residential. And are we going to do the other part separate or?
Would staff like to see them separate or together?
Separate motions or?
With the PUD projects, it's one motion. The rezoning and the preliminary development plan are tied together.
Okay.
But as part of your motion, I would recommend that we address the open item for discussion as to whether or not the commission is in favor of the elevations as presented, or if they would like to see additional detail.
Okay. So I'll go on. And the preliminary development plan for Creekside Ridge located in the 6300 block of Silver Seal Street. Based on the following, the staff's recommendation as far as those items, and also, what do I want to say there about?
Your motion.
It's my motion.
Did you want to address the architecture, have the staff work with?
And okay, I'm going to state that I believe the architecture is sufficient on the sides and rear of the units.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Knight, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Commissioner Montgomery.
With respect to the way the motion was worded, I would like to see applicant staff continue to work on the architectural elements. Just my opinion.
I'm also in favor of more detail in the architectural elements. I think we've been shown more or less a blank slate in this package in terms of what would be what the back elevations would look like. Kevin mentioned that they won't look like that, but I don't know what they would look like if they won't look like that. So I would like to see more detail around the architectural the architectural detail around the back of the structures. because I am concerned that I realize that these structures may look very similar to a nice single family home from the back. This is a much larger expanse, and I think it's probably more important to have more developed architectural detail back there myself.
So we have a motion and a second. So question for staff real quick. So if this does not get approved, this motion, what does that mean? Would we make could another motion be made? Or does that end it? How does that work? Just for clarification before we
If
vote.
a motion was made to approve as is, and you would vote on that, if that motion failed, then somebody else could make another motion as it is. If you're making a motion for approval and it does not get enough votes, that does not automatically deny the project. Thank you.
Stephanie.
Chairman, it may be more simple if there's one issue that you'd like to discuss to maybe consider taking a separate vote on that issue and then creating a more all-encompassing motion with that recommendation. If you'd feel comfortable, maybe amending the original motion.
So I would look to Mr. Commissioner Willoughby. Would you be open to that? And try to understand, so we would amend to separate the architectural item to a separate motion. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, it could be more simple.
Go ahead and vote.
You can also do that. I was just recommending if there's a difference of opinion. We also have a couple of members on Zoom here too that may or may not want to weigh in on that. But if there is still discussion happening and that item requires a little more individual voting, that could be an easier avenue. But you're also welcome to vote on the motion at hand.
One possibility is we could vote on whether or not we would expect to see more architectural detail on the rear of the structures or not. And if a majority says we would not stand on that requirement, then we can go ahead to full approval.
I think we just vote on the motion as stated. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then we'll do another motion.
Commissioner Montgomery, did you have a?
Well, I just didn't know if there's another pathway forward where I'd be willing to support the motion if this is a preliminary plan, if there could still be discussion before the final plan. Appreciate that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Just to clarify for our Zoom participants, Carrie and David, could you clarify whether that was a yes or no, please?
Yes for Carrie.
Nay for Aber.
Thank you.
So did you capture the votes? Would you like to see a show of hands?
5 and 3.
So motion carries. Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Tupacing. And thank you for the citizens that showed up and expressed their interest and concerns. Next, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, PUD 21-4, Shawnee Senior Housing Villas located at 63rd Street, Mauer Road, planned unit development approval. Yes, Stephanie.
Would you like to take a short recess since it is 11 o'clock and we've been sitting for a while?
I think
or would you
that
like to
is a
continue
wonderful
on?
idea. 5 minutes. Thank you.
But I think we ought to just need to stand up.
It was approved that you need to keep
That's why we
talking
almost
about it.
needed to- That's why I think, yeah.
Again, I don't work on it. I just gotta figure it out. I'm not sure what to do, but I'll.
So we still got to vote again on it, right?
The final plat.
But it's
Oh.
generally.
No, I
it's gonna be the
understand.
same.
I understand.
My, yeah.
Well, as I said, if it's largely unseen,
You need to give us better pictures with patios and things.
yeah, it looked like it. It was bad.
And the color,
looked
the
pretty
color
flat.
differences.
Yeah, because everything was black and white. And it looked-
It was
Yeah.
You know what you would have gotten from me.
Yeah.
Mhm. I'll give you like material wise.
What about the?
They didn't seem to have a problem with the quality of material.
Right.
I know this sounds.
Because that's what I asked. Is it about pretty or about quality?
Right.
They said pretty.
They just, they want to see
We're
the,
just trying to not, you know.
I can't believe how low you've been able to get that grade. How low you've been able to get the grade. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Soils.
Well, it's close to K7.
well, some of the
Okay,
road,
explain
some of
to
the road
me.
contours, you know, where it's,
The
yeah,
hammerhead
this is
goes
compacted.
way
this
back
is,
in.
you know. and-
These pictures are always deceiving to me. One of the
How
things
are
is
you?
that hammerhead feels like it's like it almost goes up into the sixplex's
You know what it is? It's
backyard.
it's that gang, it's the big fire truck. It's all about that big fire truck. That's all the way in.
Mhm.
And that's all the way out.
Oh, so basically you're doing like one of those little roller coaster
For that
things.
big ass
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, tell them not to have any fires over 30 feet. I'm just kidding.
Right.
Because that was what I was like doing. I was like, why are we doing the hammerhead? Well, that explains it. But I didn't want to go down that thing. No, and by the way, I had nothing against that new 57 King project. I'm just curious why the city keeps selling public parking places over and over again to fill them up.
Get all the concern.
Oh, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But my thing is I'm like,
And there will be.
I think the city needs to address, and this is not on the record or anything like that. My thing, oh, yes.
That's an equal lot here.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but my other thing too is that city utilizes a lot of the free parking. So I don't know how you fix that.
Okay, so I believe now we are ready, if staff is ready for agenda item number 5. So we'll reintroduce that. PUD 21-4, Shawnee Senior Housing Villas located at 63rd Street and Mauer Road, planned unit development approval. Staff, please.
Good evening. This is Mark Zilsdorf with City Planning staff. The applicant proposes to construct a new multifamily residential development in the 6300 block of Mauer Road on approximately 7.9 acres. The applicant seeks approval of rezoning and a development plan. The proposed development plan includes 42 multifamily dwelling units and 1 3-story building. Subject site is located in the central part of Shawnee at the northeast corner of Mauer Road and 63rd Street. The site consists of an irregular shaped parcel containing 7.9 acres, an overhead power transmission line, and an open drainage channel traverses the site. An open stream channel and associated floodplain are present along the north side of the site. As far as the site history is concerned, this site consists, as I said earlier, of an irregular shaped remnant parcel that is a result of previous property divisions from adjacent developments to the north and to the east. The site is a vacant unplatted parcel with no entitlements or prior development approvals. The property is zoned agricultural. The city's future land use map within the comprehensive plan designates the subject site as medium density residential. The comprehensive plan defines medium density residential as 5 to 10 dwelling units per acre. This particular development has an overall density of 4.67 dwelling units per acre. As you can see in these 2 graphics, on the left, the future land use map shows medium density is appropriate not only for this site, but to the north, to the east, as well as to the west, or to the south. And then, as you can see in this zoning map to the right, you have existing PUD-MR zoning to the north, to the east, as well as to the south. Here's the proposed rezoning. The property is currently zoned agricultural. The proposed rezoning is PUD-MR. As rezoning considerations, the proposed rezoning will have little, if any, detrimental effect upon the surrounding area. As the city's population continues to age, the provision for senior housing is a desired use within the city of Shawnee. And this project provides a quality, small-scale, multifamily residential development for seniors that fits the character, both in size and architectural design, of the existing multifamily uses within the vicinity. As you can kind of see on this aerial here, just all this area outlined in that is zone planned unit development, multifamily residential or mixed residential. As you can see, with the Shawnee Station Apartments to the south. Then we have a senior apartment building just south of 63rd Street. You have a senior apartment building to the east of the subject site. And then you have the attached townhomes to the north. And then the Grange, which is a small 14-lot single-family development that the Planning Commission recommended approval on at our last meeting. So as you can see, in context with the surrounding uses, the use of this property for a multifamily senior apartment is fitting with the surrounding properties. As far as the proposed development plan, the applicant proposes to construct a new multifamily residential building for seniors. The plan includes 42 residential units in 1 3-story building. It will include surface parking, landscaping, and other related site improvements. The building will contain 12 1-bedroom, 1-bath units and 30 2-bedroom, 1-bath units. The 1-bedroom units will be approximately 609 square feet, and the 2 bedroom units will be approximately 805 square feet. This is just kind of a graphic rendering that the applicant provided, just kind of showing the layout of the site. That's a little easier to read than that. You can see the building is situated kind of in the southwest corner of the site. All the development is concentrated on the east side of the, or on the west side of the drainage channel that traverses the site. You see here some architectural renderings. This particular rendering is showing the north elevation as well as the west elevation. Rendering showing the south elevation and then again the west elevation. And then this is one that shows mostly the west, a little bit of the south. The applicant did provide a landscape plan for the development. The proposed plan shows a variety of deciduous and evergreen trees dispersed throughout the site. The plan indicates a variety of deciduous and evergreen shrubs as foundation plantings around the base of the building. And the applicant also indicated they will be preserving many of the existing trees on the site and are using over 86 trees that are a minimum 4-inch caliper in size to count towards the open space tree requirement. So they are preserving a large quantity of the trees on the site. With that, a final landscape plan will be submitted with the final permit plans. Then that landscape plan needs to show the methods for ensuring that those trees to be preserved are protected during construction. And that the required street trees are located within the public right-of-way as required by the city's landscape code. As far as amenities go, the multifamily amenity policy suggests for developments of this size to provide 2 amenities. This particular project includes a community and activity room, an exercise room, a entry lobby, as well as a drive-through entrance portico. And the grounds have ample passive open space and include a walking trail with a pedestrian bridge and resting benches. The applicant also proposes to use the egress stairwells on either end of the building as a designated storm shelter area. As far as the actual architectural elevations, the building contains quality 4-sided traditional architectural design using a variety of durable materials and a pleasing color palette. The building is 3 stories in height with varying hip roofs and facade projections throughout the main part of the building. A tower element and gable roof lines cover the common areas and the portico entrance at the west end of the building. The building has a maximum height of 39 feet. And is roughly 276 feet by 60 feet as far as its footprint is concerned. This just shows you kind of the standard ground level floor plan, just so you can see how the building is oriented. A central corridor with room units off of either side of that corridor. Stairwell at either end, and then the kind of the west end of the building has the common elements, the entry and the common elements in it. As far as building materials and colors, the building materials will include fiber cement lap siding, brick veneer, and an EIFS product with a stucco textured finish. The color palette includes white, the brown red of the brick, and then the limestone beige of the stucco textured EIFS product. The proposed project is in general conformance with the city's multifamily residential design standards. The preliminary plat was also submitted with the development plan. The plat itself will contain 9.0 acres. And then if the rezoning and development plans are approved, the applicant is required to submit a final plat for review and approval and recording with the Register of Deeds office prior to issuance of any building permits. As indicated, the plat is 9 acres. That also includes a portion of the street right-of-way for the adjacent streets. So lot 1 is 7.9 acres in size, which was referred to earlier with the site plan. Access will be from a single entry commercial drive off of Mauer Road, which is a designated major collector street. There will be no access provided to 63rd Street. And the interior site circulation, the single point of access, and the adjacent street network for this development is acceptable for circulation and public safety purposes. We'll say that this plan was also reviewed by our transportation engineer, as well as our development engineering team and our fire department staff, and was found to be adequate and acceptable in all those categories at this point in stage in the development. As far as it fitting in with the Imagine Shawnee, the strategic vision of the community, this particular project aligns with priority pillar number 1, which is to attract diverse housing to meet the needs of a growing city. And it meets the following milestones under that pillar. 1, develop a mix of housing options to serve a broad range of households and income levels. 2, revitalize needed areas with infill housing developments. And 3, integrate multifamily housing into existing developments. This particular plan provides a quality multifamily residential development for the city's aging population. The development of this property has been challenging over the years due to its various constraints and irregular shape. The proposed use and the plan are in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan and compatible with the adjacent land uses. And the development will provide an affordable senior housing option currently lacking in Shawnee. And with that, staff's recommendation, you'll need to conduct a public hearing on this matter because it is a rezoning. And staff would recommend approval of project PUD 21-04, which includes rezoning from AG agricultural to PUD MR planned unit development mixed residential, and a development plan for Shawnee Senior Villas located in the 6300 block of Mauer Road, subject to the following 7 conditions, and I won't read through those, but they're listed in your staff report. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record.
Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I want to thank you guys for staying out here late and doing this. It's not an easy job, and I want to thank staff. We worked for months and months and months with staff. We went over iteration and iteration, and one of the greatest compliments I think Mark said during the process is he goes, "This site has been a thorn in our side of figuring out what and how to develop it, and I think this is one of the best, if not the best option we'll ever see on it." And you don't hear that very often from staff. We look diligently at this location in this area to provide quality housing for seniors. We also think that providing housing for seniors within communities also frees up existing housing stock that the seniors either didn't want to live in or couldn't take care of any longer. This will be deed restricted to 55 and older. And so that's kind of our goal here. And we've been, like I said, working diligently with the staff. And we think we've come up with a great plan and a great product that should exceed everybody's expectations, we hope, for this site, with the buffer of the trees, with the open park space that we're providing, et cetera, et cetera. It kind of checked all boxes, and we're excited about it.
Thank you. Are you in agreement with the staff recommendations and conditions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or staff on this item? Commissioner Peterson. Thank you.
Very, very quickly. I noticed that you have the looping walking trail that goes back into the back part of the property. Are you ever looking to develop that, or is that just part of our recreation thing?
Part of the recreation thing, and the staff recommended that we put it as far into the property as we could to allow for a longer walking trail, and that is what we have done. And it's got a loop back around, so people aren't just soldiering back and forth with a little loop in it.
Any other questions for the applicant or staff? Hearing none, we will move into public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would wish to speak on this item? Please come up, state your name and address for the record, and
Hang around a little later anyway, don't you?
you would also please write your name on the
You bet.
tablet there.
And I'll write it in, talk at the same time. Howard Mann, 16201 West 63rd Street. I just want to say that, yeah, I think you guys did a great job. I got no objections to it. Thought I'd throw that out there. And my mom lives in Shawnee Hills right across the street. So I understand the need for the Shawnee or for the senior housing. And you're right, that is a property was a, I think you did a great job considering what you had to work with over there. So yeah, no, I'm good with it. Just thought I'd give you an attaboy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Anyone else for the public wish to speak on this item? If not, we will close the public hearing and we will move into commission discussion. Commission have any comments on this item? Hearing no comments, anyone care to make a motion? Commissioner Nunick.
I would make a motion to approve PUD 2104 Shawnee Senior Housing Villas located 63rd Street and Mauer Road. Planned unit development approval based upon the 7 condition recommendations by staff.
Second, Commissioner Van Willingham.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to Shawnee. Thank you. Okay, I think we are ready to move into other business. Does the staff have any other business for the commission? Yes.
Yes, Chairman, I'll wait just a minute because we've got some people in the back there. Just want to get it to quiet down a second. This is Stephanie Malmborg, Community Development staff. I just wanted to mention a couple of things here. First of all, on Zoom, we do have a new planning commissioner, David Aber. So I wanted to make sure he's recognized. I know it's a little difficult because we're not seeing him, but hopefully we'll see him here at City Hall after he gets acclimated. And we've got a name tag for you, David, so we're ready.
Welcome.
Thank you. I plan on being there next time.
All right. Looking forward to meeting you in person.
Great. A couple other quick things. Just wanted to note, if you recall at our last meeting, we did have a public hearing for the Northern Hills Single Family Residential Project near Flum Woods, just south of 55th Street. We did receive a valid protest petition. And so as that moves forward to City Council on Monday, there will be a valid protest petition, which will require a larger majority of the council to vote to approve that project. So just wanted the Planning Commission to be aware of that. And we do have a Moonlight Market coming up on the 3rd Thursday, which is next Thursday. So I just wanted to promote that event. Also, keep in mind in the next couple of months, we do have a couple joint meetings with the City Council where we'll be discussing comprehensive planning and our Achieve Shawnee comprehensive plan. So look forward to that in the coming meetings as well. And I do not have anything additional. I'm not sure, Doug, if you have anything else, or that could be all.
I think that covered it. You guys did a great job. Bruce, I just want to say great job chairing a long meeting. Much appreciated. And all the commission for staying late like this, supportive staff and the support of the process. I know that these are difficult things to vote on and to listen to sometimes. And I think you were you were very fair, but especially I wanted to give Bruce a shout out for stepping in now that Dennis has stepped down. Just to give you an update, we introduced the new planning commissioner. You know, Steve Wise has also submitted his resignation, wasn't able to attend tonight. He will be, his position will be filled soon as well. The goal is to get another person appointed by the mayor and the governing body to fill Steve's vacancy. And then after that, we really need to have election of officers so that we have a hierarchy of chairman in case, you know, Bruce has to be out of town or something like that. We would elect a secretary and a vice chairman per your guys's operating rules. As it is, if Bruce would not have been here tonight, I believe the rule is that the person with the most tenure would have chaired the meeting. And I honestly would have had to do some research to figure out who that was, but I think it probably would have been Alan, would have been the chairman in Bruce's absence. But we'll get that on an agenda and get everybody up to speed and hopefully be back up to 11 very soon.
Thank you, Doug. And I will have some travel on Mondays at some point
Yes.
coming up again, probably. So thank you. Does and appreciate the kind words. So looking for feedback as well on how to improve. Does the commission have any business for the staff? Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, just a question. So when do our terms formally begin and end? What's the year? What's the renewal date? And when do we normally elect officers?
Normally your terms would run to the end of June. That in Dennis's case, he simply let his expire and pulled his name out from being renominated. The council would reappoint or ask if you want to be reappointed. I would have to go through the list and see all the individual status of each member, but we have a volunteer coordinator who tracks all of that information. So if you would like me to follow up on that with Elizabeth, I would be glad to, and we could maybe send out an email so you kind of know where you stand, where you would be coming up for reappointment and what year, and that way you kind of could plan on what your future on the planning commission might look like. As far as election of officers, we usually try to do it in late July or early August because of the reappointments that are usually occurring at the end of June, the first meeting in July.
But our terms, even though we may have come in midterm, they end on June 30th, whatever year.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And Kathy and I were just reappointed.
For 3 years. That's
Correct. Yep. The folks who were kind enough to volunteer to fill in went through a reappointment process, I believe, at the last or the council meeting before last.
Any other business for staff? That would take a motion for adjournment.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Peterson, we're adjourned.